Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Today, we're going to start our session with Professor Mohammed Garipur. The title of his presentation, History, Identity, and Community Towards a More Inclusive Design for Contemporary Mosques. I'll give a brief introduction about Professor Mohammed. Mohammed Garipur is a professor and director of the architecture program at the University of Maryland in USA. He obtained his PhD in architecture at Georgia Institute of Technology. He has taught an undergraduate and graduate courses and design studios at 6 universities. Prior to joining University of Maryland, he served as professor and graduate department chair at the School of Architecture and Planning, Morgan State University in Baltimore. He has received many prestigious awards and grants from major organizations, including the Society of Architectural Historians 28, Dormerton Oaks 2010, National Endowment in Humanities 2015, Fulbright Hayes 2016, Foundation for Landscape Studies in 2016, Council of Educators of Landscape Architecture 2016, American Institute of Architects 2018, Fulbright 2019, and National Institute of Health 2020. Dr. Garipur is the director of and founding editor and award-winning International Journal of Islamic Architecture, the co-founder of the Epidemic Urbanism Initiative, and the second vice president of the Society of Architectural Historians. We are really honored to have you here with us, Dr. Mohammed, so please welcome him.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here, and special thanks to our hosts and all of you who have been working very hard to organize this fabulous event. I'm really honored and delighted to be here. When I was invited to have this talk a few months ago, I thought maybe I should just go back to my notes, because the last time that I presented on mosques was when I had a presentation at Harvard around, I think, 2010, when I was just talking about this notion of regionalism in Islamic architecture. And one of the projects that I presented there was this major kind of mosque project in Ankara, which is part of the Turkish parliament. And the fact that I presented this actually specific project in that presentation was because it actually raised so many concerns. So there were many people who complained about this project, mainly because they felt that this is controversial. It doesn't follow this kind of regional, local language of so-called Islamic architecture, and more especially because of the way that the mihrab was designed there. So this is quite interesting, because this project, as you can see, it was designed in 1989, and it was a quite controversial project that won also the Aga Khan Award. And then when I got the invitation, I thought, now I have to go back and take a look at the mosques, major mosques that have been built in the Islamic world in the last 10 years. So I spent time, a couple of months, just reviewing all these mosques just to refresh my knowledge on what's happening in the world out there. And I'm glad to tell you that actually what I will be presenting here is going to complement what Professor Hassanuddin Khan actually talked about yesterday, because he was talking about this move, this shift from regional, this critical kind of regionalism into universal language. And it's very clear that we are there. We are already using a universal language all over the place in the Islamic world. So what you are going to see, I will be just very quick because I will be showing you so many projects from different parts of the world to give you a sense of where we are. And I also specifically want to mention one specific project, Mosquepedia, which I think is an amazing resource for us as researchers, faculty members, and I think this is one of the biggest achievements of this foundation, and I would encourage all of you to take a look at it. So, for example, this mosque that was designed in UAE and completed actually in 2022, as you can see here, it was designed, completed in Dubai. There is this community center there. The rest of the areas, I mean, there is no kind of, it does not follow so-called traditional models of architectural design. Take a quick look at elements like domes and minarets and how, I mean, they are kind of being distanced from what we know, what we recognize as so-called, again, traditional Islamic architecture. And especially the prayer area, the courtyard, they look completely different. You will see in other projects that I will be talking about that the same, you are going to see the same kind of phenomenon in courtyard design. There is this huge change in the way that the courtyards are being seen. And especially, I'm interested in courtyards because, I mean, I work on landscape architecture, and that's my specialty. So now I'm moving from this one to Indonesia, showing you this mosque, and as you can see here, using very kind of geometrical pattern, which actually has roots in regional architecture, in traditional architecture in Indonesia. But again, it looks completely modern, the use of lighting, the whole setting of architecture, and also the use of mashrabiya, mushabbakiya, and these kinds of elements in order to create this kind of sense of spirituality within the interior. And now I'm moving to Bangladesh, another example that you can see here, again, totally geometrical, using a universal language. However, when you look at the plan, you see that it kind of reminds you of the stupas, right? The old kind of traditional architecture in subcontinent India. But look at the interior. The interior, they are trying to use motifs and calligraphy in order to create this sense of mosque in the interior. Look at the minaret again, the use of the landscape, which is not actually being much used there. So the way it's kind of, it looks like a leftover space there. But that helps this bigger vision that the architect has for this design. And now I'm actually moving to Lagos in Nigeria. You can take a look at this building, which is made of brick. And it's very actually common, still in contemporary mosques in Africa, to use brick as the main material. The other thing that is quite interesting about these mosques is that the majority of them, they end up providing other services, meaning that they are being seen as community centers, especially this one, which is a very successful project. But again, when you look at this mosque, I mean, this building, you may not necessarily recognize it as a mosque. And now I'm, again, moving to Indonesia, showing you another kind of radically designed mosque, which is mainly a community center that is also being used for religious purposes. Again, look at the use of mashrabiya there, and all these services that are being provided for women, for local community, and it's a very successful project in this community. And now I'm showing you this project in Slovenia. The interesting phenomenon in the design of these mosques in Europe is that many of them, they end up serving as community centers for Muslims in diaspora. And many of them, depending on the context of the Muslims and their power, their leverage in this context, they end up kind of following the language of, the dominant language of local architecture there. So in other words, you may not even recognize them, again, as mosques. I mean, as is the case with this Islamic center in Slovenia, and they look at the use of color, the white as the main color, which kind of replicates this dominant use of color in that context. The other thing which is quite interesting is that this specific mosque was designed in an area that was completely abandoned, so kind of a dead area of the city. So it tried to bring not only Muslims together, but it also served as a center for, as a community center for other people. So it's kind of, it gives you an idea how these kinds of centers are trying to open up to bigger community, even non-Muslims, which I think is a very positive change in the design of these mosques. And now I'm moving to Tunisia, showing you this project, which I think actually was presented just yesterday. It was part of the jury. I know I'm not supposed to share any details, but it's in the middle of a village in Tunisia, and it also works as a community center. It's very successful. Look at the use of again, white color, which has to do with regional dominant color, however, not with local color that is very dominant there. The courtyard is quite kind of interesting, the way that the courtyard is designed there, the library, and this building has become like an icon trying to elevate lifestyle, life quality within that village, which I think is totally positive. Of course, there are so many positives and negatives when we are talking about these cases. And now I'm showing you images of the mosque that was discussed by Professor O'Kane actually yesterday in Basuna. Here, this is located in a very dense area of the village. As you can see, I think this is a brilliant case in the sense that the mosque is not dominant, it's really an integral part of this context. And the kind of balance between solid and void, the way that it's designed, it's really, I think, in that sense, it's very successful. And despite its challenging in bringing female to the mosque, I think it has been quite a positive project in that specific context, and beautifully designed in Egypt. And now this major mosque that was designed in Algeria, I mean, just about, I think, 30 miles away, if I'm not mistaken, from the capital. I mean, one specific part of this mosque, which is quite interesting, is the way that the minaret is designed, right? The minaret is not just a minaret anymore. It's also like a tower. It's like an elevator taking people up there, trying to show them how fabulous the city looks, right? So it's a new way of actually looking at some of these elements. So the minaret is not a minaret anymore. Professor O'Kane, both Professor O'Kane and Hassanuddin Khan talked about the evolution of these elements in mosque design yesterday. But you can look at the interior, you can look at the way that the landscapes are designed there, which I think are really positive. And now moving to Cambridge, the project that was presented by our colleagues yesterday, and the use of timber and wood, again, as a way of kind of making this project more kind of merged within that context, right? So you may not even guess that it's a mosque or an Islamic center there. So it's a way to make the mosque more kind of inclusive and merge them within these local contexts. And now again, talk about this successful case in Saudi Arabia. Again, I'm using these adjectives in a very cautious way, but formally, when you look at it, there's a lot of kind of innovation here. Look at the way that the facade is designed, the minaret is designed. These are great local cases, and see how it's kind of very well situated within that context. Again, we may not be necessarily criticizing the interior space, but there's a lot of innovation in the way that the mosque is designed here. And now I'm moving to Niger, in Africa. Again, another case made of local elements, local material there, following the local traditions of architectural design. But still, you can see it's very geometrical. It's also very universal in the sense that the geometry is working there. And this is also another community center. So it's being used to bring people together. It's also providing so many extracurricular activities for the local context. And another case from Riyadh, of course, you are all familiar with this case that is located in a very dense area, and the use of geometry here. Again, this building could be anything. I mean, it does not look like a mosque, with the exception of the interior. So the exterior, even when you are within the interior, it's a new way of looking at interior kind of spaces that are religious and spiritual. And of course, some of you saw the images of Punch Bowl in Australia, another community center there. Again, not only outside, but also inside, has nothing to do with so-called kind of mosque architecture. This so-called modern look that you see not only in the outside, but also in the interior. And I hope you can see how we have moved from something in 1989 that was designed in Turkey, that was being seen as such a controversial project, to something that has become so common in the Islamic world, even in some kind of more conservative context. And now I'm moving to Lebanon, another case that was designed, and they dealt with this issue of kind of reconstructing part of the mosque to address the Qibla problem in a fabulous way. The inside looks like a cave design. So again, if you are there, maybe the only element that can tell you that it's a mosque is just a calligraphy, which is becoming so common these days in mosque design. And another case, which is part of this hospital in Shiraz, in Iran. And again, look at the way that the minaret is designed here. It's also, this is such an enclosed building with not much of an interaction with the outside world, but it was a very successful project. Now talking about India. In India, actually, many of the contemporary cases that you look at them, they are more kind of local and regional in the sense that the color material is being used. But again, look at the way that there is almost no dome, and the minaret is also very kind of different. The geometry is quite universal in that sense. The courtyard, again, as I have been saying, we can have studies on the ways that courtyards have been designed in these mosques in the last 15, 20 years, because there is a lot of innovation. And you almost find no ordinary design when it comes to many of these major projects in the Islamic world. And of course, in Ankara, this very super geometrical project. Again, Mashrabiya is being used all over the place, regardless of the context. Look at the way that the minaret is designed, as if there is a competition to come up with more kind of innovative minarets. The entrance is quite interesting. It even challenges our understanding of entrance to the mosque. I mean, this spiritual procession that we used to have in our traditional mosques, I mean, that notion is being challenged these days. Look at the interior again, which is slightly kind of, again, universal. And this mosque in Bahrain, and I was mostly interested, again, in the way that the courtyard was designed here. And of course, many of us are familiar with these two major cases in Istanbul. This one actually follows this language of Ottoman architecture, but in a very playful way, right? So you look at the dome design, it looks like a logo type of thing, and the minarets are kind of such a departure from Ottoman minarets that you see all over the place. So I think it's a totally geometrical interpretation or different interpretation of what you see in that context. And this one in Malaysia is quite interesting because the mosque is being seen as a shell. So your job as a designer is to design a big shell, and then and you are going to have these spaces in this huge space in the interior. As if, it's just the building is being seen as a shell. So it's a very interesting way of looking at the design. Of course, there have been some criticism in local communities about the lack of specificity of the spaces and their functions, but that's also what makes this project unique. And talking about shells and coming up with very pure geometry, this example in China is quite interesting here. So you look at the use of white color, again, outside, inside, huge kind of interior space that you have there. And in Singapore, this mosque is located in Pangal, I think. It's a very dense area of the city. And I have actually, when I lived there, I visited this mosque. I should give them credit because this mosque is very inclusive in the sense that it's open to multiple Muslim communities in Singapore. So in terms of design, it may not be that special, but because of where it is located, and the way that it functions, it's very inclusive. And of course, there have been so many conversations on this mosque, which is, I think, quite unique in the way that the female are being, and as we saw in Professor O'Kane's presentation yesterday, female area versus male area, but also lots of community stuff are happening here, which again tells us a lot about how mosques are being seen as new community centers, and this is a good way of engaging communities. And of course, the Al-Ahmed Center in Canada, and the way that the mosque is designed, again, extremely geometrical, universal, very modern. And we have been talking about the flooring and the way that the carpets are designed, which in some case, in the most kind of so-called, again, modern cases, you may end up with the most conservative design for carpets, which is actually being pushed by community or the patrons rather than the architects. Many of them, even, they do not like that kind of design. They may feel that it contradicts with their ideas. But this is kind of interesting to see this challenge. And now, talking about some other cases in Croatia, again, look at this one. It even does not have anything to do with Croatian architecture. So totally modern, totally geometrical. And also it's trying to make a statement in these contexts. Most cases that you see in Europe, because they are trying to provide this image of Muslims as modern, progressive kind of communities within the context of Europe. And I specifically chose this one in Al Rayyan because it kind of gives us an idea about this competition that is also going on in terms of mosque design, coming up with strange forms. Trying to prove that you are a master of construction, you can build anything, even though some of these mosques may not be necessarily popular among local communities. But they become like this arena of competition for architects and bringing Western architects to compete. And this example in Kosovo, which is the only case study that I'm presenting here that hasn't been built, but I specifically wanted to include that because yesterday there were references to using solar panels, and I think Professor Hassanuddin Khan was talking about that. And that was actually a big part of this project that was proposed. It was never built. It was just so, the design was just so futuristic. But again, even though it may sound very futuristic with all these solar panels on the facade, you already saw the mosque in Croatia. You see that, I mean, it could be built in that context. But again, it gives you an idea about how the Muslim community is trying to present itself in this context. And the one in Chechnya, as you can see, it kind of follows a kind of this local language that you see in former Soviet Union region, which also very, I mean, slightly had some elements of Ottoman mosques, the use of color in the interior that is very kind of local in that sense. And in Kazakhstan, again, you can see the similarities between that one in Chechnya and the one in Kazakhstan, even though the geometries are totally different, but they are both kind of very centralized. And the buildings do not much interact with outside, with the landscape. And this is another one in Jordan, and I think what was quite interesting for me about the interior is that interior actually could be a church interior. I mean, it doesn't look like a mosque. Of course, calligraphy, so-called Islamic motifs there, I mean, that are making it a mosque, but that kind of interior could be anything else, even a synagogue in Europe, which is, again, quite interesting. And one of my last cases is this mosque that was designed in Tehran, which was, again, quite, controversial project. You look at the way that the whole building is designed, and outside, the courtyard, which has nothing to do with traditional so-called Persian models of mosque design. The interior is also is quite universal in that sense, but you can take a look at the way that the female area is separated from the male area. And I'm going to just end my presentation by saying that until 2022, there have been 3.6 million mosques being built in the Islamic world. So of course we are presenting such a limited number of mosques, right? However, you should note that about 1 more million mosques are going to be built in the next 3 years. This is huge, right? And what I want to emphasize is that this is the role that this award and this foundation can play in changing this discourse, in creating this kind of, and forcing us, all of us, in our local communities, in our villages, in our cities, in the US, in Europe, everywhere, to think about mosque in a different way. And my last point here is that what we are learning here, the key in designing successful mosques is working with communities, creating projects in collaboration with local communities when they feel welcome. And we also realize that, like the old days, and by old days I mean the 11th century, 12th century, mosques were always being seen as community centers. Always. I mean, you look at any context, mosques were very successful community centers, and we should still look at them this way. I mean, this notion of this traditional kind of way of looking at mosques as simply religious spaces does not work anymore. So, and of course, now we need to address the needs of the new generation. Lots of conversations on the role that women can play. The fact that still, when you look at many of these mosques, the female areas are being treated as second-class areas. So we need a change. We need some kind of reform. And the fact that we don't see women being so present in many of these mosques is that they don't feel welcome there, spatially, culturally. But we can change that. We can work with communities. We can understand the context, the community, and then try to change that. There was I'm glad that Professor Hasanuddin Khan actually talked about disabled communities, because many of our mosques, unfortunately, they do not follow ADA guidelines these days. So, and that's a big problem. We need to design mosques that are I mean, specifically designed for blind people, for the deaf people, for people with mobility issues. So this is really important. And also, I mean, how open are our mosques to non-Muslims? This is also another important case that, I mean, how do we invite people from other communities? I think in that sense, mosques in Europe and in the US, they have been very successful because they try to be very welcoming, but we should still keep kind of asking the same question in the design of new mosques in the Islamic world. And of course, there are some topics that are still kind of taboo in our region, and we have to accept the fact that, I mean, what's the role of LGBTQ communities? Do they feel welcome there? I mean, are we open to talk about their issues? Because eventually, we need, our role as architects is to care about our most vulnerable communities. I think this is really important for all of us. And of course, the last item, which is still very relevant, is sustainability. I mean, I started my undergraduate education. The first research that I did was one on Hassan Fathy. And what really attracted me to Hassan Fathy was the way that he looked at the built environment in the Islamic world. And still, after so many years, sustainability is so relevant, and we need to think about, again, using local context. I think the only downside of some projects that you have seen in these kind of monumental projects is that sometimes we care so much about monumentality and creating a landmark that we don't care much about using local forces, local techniques, and local material. Thank you so much again to our hosts and to all of you for attending this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed, for this interesting presentation. We're going to keep the Q&A until we finish the second keynote speech. Now, I'm going to introduce our second keynote speech. Okay, oh, there we go. The title of the second keynote speaker is Making Muslim Spaces in Urban China, the Spatial Evolution of Mosque-Centered Neighborhoods in Xi'an. Dr. Chow, who teaches architecture and urban design as an associate professor at the University of Idaho in the United States. He completed his PhD and master degrees in architecture from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and a Bachelor in Architecture from Chongqing Jinzi University in China. He's also a licensed architect in China. Dr. Hu teaching and research interests focus on urban sustainability, community development, and architectural representation of the broader cultural, social, political, and psychological transformation. His publications address those issues in the cases of North America, East Asia, and Middle East. He has served for editorial boards for multiple academic journals and is writing a book on the change of architecture in China during the 1950s, which will be published by Routledge. In addition, he has also actively engaged in design practices. His most recent project is a community civic center located in the outskirts of Shanghai, which is expected to be constructed in the end of 2020. Please welcome Professor Chow.
Thank Dr. Mohammed for the introduction. And also thanks everyone to having me here. So as Dr. Mohammed introduced, I have taught architecture in the US for over 20 years. I'm originally from China, so it's kind of given me a very interesting background because as both China and the US, the most powerful country in the world, I believe in a foreseeable future, there will be still the most influential two countries with the area of the architecture. So that gives me this kind of like asset to talk about some of the Mosque architecture in a different context, which is in China. Before I start, I think I look around the conference room. I think I'm the only Chinese guy here, so that makes me feel more comfortable because whatever I say, you will believe it. So let's start. So first, I think I will talk about because the Mosque architecture in China shows a very different kind of approach. I think from yesterday's keynote speech, some of the presenters' presentation, we started to see that. But today, I think I'm going to have another paper presentation later today. So I try to talk about that in the two different scales. My talk today, at this moment, I will talk this from the urban scale. And in the afternoon, when I present a paper with Dr. Mohammed, we will talk about the building scale. So we'll talk about how the Chinese mosque will become the Chinese. First, I think this is our theoretical foundation of this because I'm studying the urban form of the mosque. Because it's urban scale, that means we don't only just focus on mosque building itself. We also focus on some other things like the street, residence. Those things work together to define the urban environment. So that's why we try to study the urban form in a certain way. There are two dimensions I want to quickly mention is about the urban form. The first one is a historic dimension because today's study is an ongoing project. We study over 1,000 years of the spatial change of the urban form related to the Moscow-centered community in Xi'an. The second dimension is about the socio-economic dimension. That means the urban form is a physical representation of the social force, economic force, and the cultural force. All those forces present a very complex interaction to shape the space. So keep those two dimensions in your mind because that is the framework of my talk for this subject. So first, I will quickly introduce there are two roads for how Islam went to China. There are two roads. One is from a road from the Silk Road. The second is from the sea. So both actually reach China in a different region. So that makes the different region shows a certain kind of different mosque style and a different approach. The research target is a place called Xi'an. Maybe many of you heard that. It is located in the central China. It is the old capital of China for many dynasties. So during some of the old dynasty, many traders, people moved from the west. There introduced the Chinese Islam. And just to give you a quick review about this city is also famous about the terracotta soldiers. Maybe many of you know that. And it's a very good tourist place. I wish some of you will go there sometime later. So another thing I want to talk about in the background is maybe many of you have already heard that during the past 2-3 decades, China has experienced the largest and the fastest urban transformation in human history. And how big they are. I believe many people in the Middle East talk about the scale and the speed of Dubai, but China is much bigger and faster than that scale. I think the first scale I want to share that is the cement. China spent more cement in 3 years, from 2011 to 2014, than that of the US spent for the entire 20th century. So that is the scale and the speed of the transformation of the urban space. Another indicator I just listed over there is right now, 1/3 of the construction sites are located in China, worldwide. For every year, the new building square footage has been added to the Chinese cities. It's like every 2 weeks, they build a city as a Rome. And every year, they build a country like a UK or Spain. And that posed a huge challenge for us to study traditional neighborhood. because there's a huge transformation of the urban space change. So here, I just quickly give you overview about the city of Xi'an from, this is a satellite image, tracked the urban change from 1986 to 2020. The city, the build-up square footage has increased 6 times in just 30 years. And the population increased 3 times. And for many people who don't really know the size or scale of the city, let me quickly give you an introduction. The population of the Xi'an is 18 million. 18 million. So 18 million, which is about 4 times of the whole population in Kuwait. I believe I just checked the Kuwait population, it was 4.4 million. The size of Xi'an, the land size, is about 10,000 square kilometers. And compared to Kuwait, Kuwait's size is 17,000 square meters. So that means Xi'an is a little bit smaller than Kuwait, but it's a home for over 4 times of the Kuwait population. So that means the density is a really different scale over there. And then those are showing the change of some of the traditional neighborhood has been quickly transferred in the past 2 decades from old, small, traditional neighborhood into super skyscraper complex. And because of those challenges, I think it's give us, this urgent needs to study historical neighborhood, particularly the Muslim neighborhood over there. So basically, the main target of this ongoing research, this is a research I'm working with a group of Chinese scholars right now. We study, there's a major Muslim neighborhood in Xi'an. It's called a Huifang. Hui in Chinese, Hui refer to Muslim. Fang refer to residents. So this is a very interesting place because it is a historic district. And it is also primarily occupied by Muslim population. And also it is a site for many old mosques, including the one later today I will present with Dr. Mohammed about the oldest mosque in China, built in the 7th century. So this is our target site. Over there, I don't think the point work. Let me try. I don't know if you guys can see. There's a big square that is a city wall. So over there, the neighborhood is right to the west of the old city wall. So just to give you another scale, so you see, this is that area of the traditional neighborhood. And we can still see a lot of small scale residential neighborhood. And you see, so there's like an old mosque. Right now in this area, we have 12 mosques. Serve about 60,000 population in this region and outside of this region. Here, for this research, we focus on 3 major urban forms. The first urban form is the mosque itself, and we consider mosque is the nodes of the social, cultural, and the economic center. So we consider it's like a point. While the street and alleys become the linkage of those different buildings, different built environment, we consider they are the lines of this built environment fabric. While the residence is the last one because the majority urban form of this neighborhood, so we consider they provide the plan. So when we come together, we have point, lines, and a plan to study the urban fabric of this neighborhood. So let me quickly overview the historical change. First, I want to highlight this. This is a very early population of the Muslim in China. And I want to highlight that because they are not Chinese. So that means I want to say is the first group of Muslim population are foreigners. They move to China and live there. And that makes something very different because they needed to adopt the Chinese way of residence. So this is a traditional Chinese way of the residence. It's the walled residential complex. It's lasted for over 1,000 years. It's called a Li Fang system. So over there, you can see the whole city has been divided by multiple courtyard complex, and the people stay inside. And there is no public street. At night, and the gate will be locked, and the people will stay inside. And that is for over 1,000 years, the local Chinese people will stay in that kind of a residential pattern. And this pattern became the first choice for those foreign Muslim people. So those map shows before Moscow has been officially introduced to China. So those are locations of the Persian Temple of Fire. Later, those Temple of Fire has been converted into a mosque. So for this kind of urban pattern, we consider there is a major market. Sorry, I cannot point that to you guys. But anyway, most of the mosques stay within the neighborhood residential scale. So that means there is no major difference. You can tell there is a mosque because they are taking the form of the residence. So from the residence, they work together, have the designated market, because the designated market is designated by government to do the tradings, to do other economic activities. So during this time period, there is no official mosque. The mosque is private. And then we move into the system where the mosque start to form because the walled complex start to fall away, and we start to see the individual units of the walled complex to be merged into a bigger one. And at this moment, we will say this is the very beginning of the Moscow street and the residence, and I highlighted some of the political factor, cultural factor, and the economic factor. And then during this time period, this is the earliest pattern of the urban form for Moscow-centered community. We call it a Sifang. It's like a Moscow temple-centered community. And later, when the walled complex have been entirely go away, the Muslim population has been highly centralized, which required Moscow to be built bigger. Because then, at this stage, Moscow is not located in the residence anymore. It's become a more public space. So here we highlight some of the, you can see the change. On the top of the picture actually shows the old street, which is, there's no street, it's just a wall. And then later, it's a start to open, and then we form the street, and we start to form we call the center of the public life, which I think many of our speakers today talk about the community function of the mosque. They start to form. So again, the higher population density of the Muslim in the neighborhood require bigger and more centralized location of the mosque. That start to form the mosque-centered community. And in the meantime, we start to see bigger nodes, the bigger complex, and the street start to form. And I just skip this part. Another thing I want to quickly mention is a lot of Muslim-centered service will come around with the mosque. So that means mosque is not just only as a religious center or community center, it's also economic center. It's a place where people do a lot of tradings, do a lot of service, they get their daily life. So this reinforce the Moscow to be the community center, and which make a Moscow-centered community is different from many of the traditional Chinese non-Muslim community. And here we can see the density. Each of those Moscow actually serve for different household with a certain population. And also that comes with different kind of a street system to respond to the change of the Moscow, because we have the street that we can consider as a residential street. It's only used for residence. And also internal retail street referred to, the street provided the functionality for the local Muslim resident to get their amenity. While external retail space referred to the Muslim business owner do business with non-Muslims. So they form this three kind of like a street system. And then during this time period, we start to say commercial retail space to be very, very well developed in the Muslim neighborhood. And then a lot of exotic forms start to highlight the Islamic identity. Street has been highly developed. That means there's a lot of active public life again engaged with the street. And Moscow became more centralized. And that is one of the major transitions from private religious place to the public center. So the spatial form has been switched in this way. Street play the main role, while Moscow become the main worship place. It's the public center. Then, in the beginning of the 20th century, we say there's a certain kind of like a rank of the Muslim population. This diagram shows a lot of non-Muslim components has been moved into this Muslim neighborhood, which make the Muslim space smaller. And also the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s to 1970s, many of you heard that, is bring a lot of damage to the Muslim population, and also is the mosques. During this time, we can say this is a certain change. So again, we see the political, culture, and the economic change to make the Islamic Moscow start to reduce their feature, to highlight the Islamic feature. They want to find more common elements with the mainstream spatial elements to survive. Well, there's a major change since the beginning of the 1990s, because during that time, Xi'an has designated the Muslim neighborhood to be both CBD and RBD. RBD refer to Recreational Business District. So that means there's a huge government initiative to promote tourism in this area. And because of this major change, that make place branding to be very critical. And then religion activities or Moscow become a commodity. It's become a commercial product. So I think this is a turning point. Before this moment, I think Islamic community tried to be more Chinese. But now, their Islamic feature to be something they should celebrate and appreciate because they are good for the tourism. So here, even for the mosque, they are pushed by the commercial movement. And you can say this is the entrance of the mosque. All those business stores has pushed the mosque back. And even inside the mosque, you can see some of the commercial space representation over there. So during this time period, there are also some of the building style from Middle East. Moscow has been built and finished because they provide the exotic form to highlight tourism. And also the demographic major change also caused some of the major neighborhood change. And it's very interesting for us to find out because we do some survey to ask young people, do you really like the urban form there? And everyone say, yes, I really enjoy the Moscow Muslim culture elements. But we ask, do you want to stay there? They said, no, I don't want to stay there. So that's the very interesting part. Anyway, we just try to summarize some of the urban hierarchy of the Moscow, how it's related to the street. And we find out is that during this time period, right now, the significance of Moscow reduced. So that means Moscow is not that important. It's not that important public center. The public center goes back to the street. So, and also there are some of the different forms of the residence we talk about grow vertically and horizontally. And this also shows the different types of the building in this neighborhood with GIS data. And finally, this is my last slide. Maybe many of you heard the story that this mosque used to be the Middle East style. But the Chinese government moved in and said, hey, you have to change the style. This is the same mosque, before and after. So this is happening last year. So I think right now we are moving into a different kind of turning point for how Mosque will become more meaningful and significant for the Chinese community. And this is my conclusion. I think my time is here. I won't read that, but I will be happy to discuss further with you for the Q&As. Thank you.
Thank you, Chao, for this interesting presentation about Chinese mosques. Now, I would like to ask Professor Muhammad to join the panel here. This is the Q&A session. Please, if you have a question for our lovely guest speakers, this is the time. Dr. Yusuf, I'm not sure about the mics. Do we have mics here? And then a mic, please. Can you check? We need mics. صالح, إذا في mics, please check. حسين. حياك دكتور. حياك. So we're gonna take the question from the podium until we get the.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Yusuf Al-Haroun. I'm in the Department of Architecture at Kuwait University. Thank you very much for both of you for fantastic presentations. And we really begin to appreciate the different qualities and varieties of mosque in our diverse religion. And I think as we're moving towards the slides, and especially with Dr. Mohammed, we start to see that mosque transcends not only a place of worship, and obviously it becomes an icon, a symbol of a message, as you said, in some communities to reflect an identity or a certain identity, right? Which is absolutely interesting to see in, for example, in Croatia, one of the mosques you showed, the mosque like transformed into this reflection of more modern approach. So my, let's say, comment/question is, although in the West we could see the mosque becoming more Islamic, and I think we have to admit this, and that the mosque itself is a community center, and that's from the times of the Prophet ﷺ. And so that community center is now more applied in the West than it is in our mosques here in the Islamic world, which is unfortunate to say. And this is why these conferences are very important to revive the role of the mosque and bring back the community. And that's the strength, I think, and the center of all, I think, Muslim, I think, life. That being said, there's also some kind of, I would say, sensitive, let's say, issues regarding the communities in the outside trying to be influenced by let's say, their communities in the West, which might in turn change Islamic values. And we're all for women's rights, and I believe that women, their role in the mosque should be more active, and definitely something that needs to be rethinked of. And that's why they're not inviting and so on. They don't come to mosques, definitely. But perhaps other communities aren't so, as you say, welcoming, is because they're not in tune with the Islamic values and tradition. So it's very also important to, like, they're very sensitive in that we don't want to, like, be too much influenced by the West, and they might take over the meaning and understanding of the mosque. So that's all I have to say about that, and I'll await your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Okay, yes, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think you have great points because you are absolutely correct that the mosques in the West, especially in the context of the US and also to a large extent in Europe, they have become community centers. You go there and you see that even when the community doesn't have much money, still they care so much about kind of being together, spending time, especially during times of, the prayers, Friday prayers, Ramadan, etc. And you are correct that I think this notion of secularization of our societies, and especially the new generation having a different attitude towards religion, is also making some changes. I feel it's affecting the way that the mosques are functioning in our societies, but there's still a way to keep them more relevant, right? And I think in some contexts, in some cases that we already saw, they are quite successful in the way that they are kind of opening it. I mean, they are just putting a library there. Just by having a library, you are making this space more inclusive. You are bringing more people. And I'm also, I think we are all both on the same page when it comes to, Islamic values, especially the traditional ones, being in contradiction with some kind of, some values coming from the Western world. But I think it's very important for us to start kind of raising these questions, right? Because whether we like it or not, some of these, these communities exist. The disabled communities are, they're all over the place. LGBTQ people are among ourselves. Again, I know that, different societies have different ways of dealing with these issues, but I think it's really important to consider these communities. And even if you look at it through the lens of religion, it's always better to be inclusive. Islam from the beginning was an inclusive religion. We try to be welcoming to people, to other communities, and I think it's important that, for example, one issue that has come up is that some mosques are not very welcoming to non-Muslims. Accessibility is very limited, and again, by making them more welcoming, we can highlight the role that they are playing in our societies. But thanks so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. We have to squeeze the time. We're going to take a couple of questions. So we have one there, please.
Yes, thank you, both professors. The lecture were informative and actually interesting.
Your sound is not clear. Can you just raise your voice?
Thank you again. Yes, quite informative and interesting. However, Dr. Muhammad, actually, I have only 2 points I want to make on the last slide. First point is, we are in 2022 and we still mention women with the disabled. I listened to Dr. Bernard lecture yesterday, and I think women are already included in many mosques. Sometimes, sorry, the community itself, the women in the community, they don't want to be included in the way we perceive in our way. I will give you an example that may be not very famous in Syria. In Syria, actually, when I went there to study, I found out that women are locked down in the basement. So I felt like, wow, why they are locked down? And actually, women were happy because they said we have more privacy and larger space. I asked why not in balconies, for example. They said, no, balconies are smaller. Usually, we have more space in the basement. So, in my opinion, I hate it. I never prayed, actually, in a mosque, in the basement. I hated that very much. But the community is happy, and they are accustomed to that. So, again, we can't always enforce our way or our perception on them. The second point, you mentioned especially the LGBT community. Why didn't you mention the vegetarian, for example?
Sorry?
Vegetarian people.
Vegetarian?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Why? Because, it's a relative maybe. I mean, when you say non-Muslim, it's inclusive. It includes the non-Muslim, whether they worship Satan, whether their sexual preference, whatever. I mean, why do we have to highlight these people? I mean, it's like part of a propaganda. I mean, just the word non-Muslim is efficient, is enough, I mean. This is my opinion.
Thank you. Let's take another question and then let Dr. Mohammed answer them all together. Doctor, can you just write them down, please? Yeah. Maybe you take the front seat here, please. المايك مع منو? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So can I ask you, please, for a favor? Just ask direct question because we don't have time. There's no time for any comments, please. So make it specific and direct for our keynote speakers.
So am I audible? Yeah. So Professor, I love the presentation on Xi'an, China. My only thing is I have a very similar case in India and I had presented a paper. Maybe it's because of the minority community, Muslim being a minority community there. I just want to ask you on the last comment that you said that mosques are losing their significance in the urban form. They are no more the node of the city's neighborhood. So my question is, will the mosque be able to reclaim its significance by, any sort of activities or any sort of, multifunctionality? That's my question.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
No, but you can go ahead and then I will answer the question.
Okay, you want to answer?
It's up to you.
Just make it
Thank
short,
you.
Chao, please.
I think my slides, actually, my main argument here is like the significance of Moscow is always changing. There's no stable point that means the mosque will always be that significant in a certain moment, because with the changing political, culture, and the economic forces, then the Moscow's significance will be always changing. The reason I think I just want to also follow up on some of the issues related to the community space, how Moscow can do. I think from my understanding, one thing Moscow traditionally has done very well is to create a shared identity. The shared identity for the Muslim population is very important. And Moscow plays a very, very important role in this process. But how do we create a shared identity? The shared identity is only achieved by creating shared experience. And that's why, besides we worship together at this place, there'll be something else, right? We study something there. We do some of the social interactions there. The small children play there. So that means the Moscow is not only a place we share for worship, but it's also shared for many other daily life activities. That enhance the creation, development of the shared identity. And that used to work very well. But why today it doesn't work that way very well? Because there are many other things that will create the shared identity. So Moscow, at this moment, in this case, failed to provide that efficient and effectiveness of the shared experience. That's why I say their significance is dropping. But that means that will be forever. Sometime later, will change.
Thank you, Chao. Thank you. Okay, more questions. Again, here, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Professor Ayman Ismail. I'm the Department of Architecture Chair in New Giza University, Egypt. My question is very straightforward regarding the changing densification of all cities and the urban transformations. Is there a potential for mosques to be considered in a multi-story and in a multi-use context? Because I have seen some of the examples shown here that almost like it's a multi-story garage where people are praying on different levels. And as the professor explained that the world is moving more into urban and high-rise buildings, perhaps more in the West and in our dense cities, the idea of a standalone on an empty piece of lot mosques with the iconic type of architecture that we are used to is a luxury that cannot be afforded to accommodate the rising populations worldwide? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take more questions. Can you record these questions? And we'll take the last one from Dr. Majda, and then we're going to close the session because we have another workshop is coming soon. So the last question, Dr. Majda.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sorry I arrived a little bit late, so I didn't see the first one. But I just want to ask two questions. One about inclusivity in terms of the visually impaired and physically disabled, and also impaired in the hearing as well. So how do we design mosques to include and make sure that all the disabled people have got accessibility and similar experiences? The second question is about women and women's space in the mosque. And I think one thing that we forget compared to other, perhaps like Christian, is that the act of praying can happen at anywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to happen in the mosque, including for men. And I think it's very important that if Muslim women are happy with the spaces that they are, why do we need to impose what is defined as inclusivity in other geographies? Because there is always that tendency of bringing ideas which are not necessarily culturally sensitive. So I just think that women are not necessarily oppressed or unequal because they are in the back of the prayer hall, or they might even not have space. They have the freedom to pray everywhere they wish. And if they wish to go to the mosque, then they also have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please.
I think it's such a good point that the fact that the female area is located in the second floor or the basement or sometimes in these kinds of secondary areas does not mean that women are oppressed. You are absolutely correct about that. However, I think the general point here is that the key is to work with the community, including both female and male, and get their feedback and to come up with a design solution that the female feel comfortable with, right? So whatever they feel comfortable with, I think it's going to work out. And you are correct that we as observers, sometimes we may just look at the plan and say, oh, this is secondary, this is oppression, et cetera, but this is not being seen that way. It may even feel more kind of liberty and freedom by the local community. And I think that's, what's dangerous about, just sticking with some architectural plans and images. The other question is about the disabled communities, and I think, there are easy ways of doing that. For example, I'm an educator at the University of Maryland. We have one day when we bring all these wheelchairs and we ask our students to use them the whole day. Architecture students should be on a wheelchair moving from one space to another space because we want them to understand that they are not designing buildings for just, healthy people. We have, talking about this issue of density that you mentioned, I think you are absolutely right that we don't have the luxury of having vacant lands because they are becoming more and more kind of precious and expensive in many of our communities. The fact is that now we need more mosques using the adaptive reuse in our communities, more kind of having, using kind of mixed-use methods. You were talking about how traditional mosques in China were used for, trades and business deals, and that has been all over the place in different parts of the Islamic world, that you had people from bazaar actually going there and coming up with deals. So why can't we have some kind of merge between shops and bazaar and mosques? So I think this is also the future, especially in many dense areas.
And also I want to
we have to stop. Thank you.
Sorry.
Really fascinating presentation from our keynote speakers. We don't have the time, Doctor. I'm sorry, I have to apologize, but thank you for this fascinating presentations. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you, Dr. Chow. And now we have to move quickly to the next workshop, which is going to be about the mosques in Kuwait. It is two parts. The first part, 4 speakers will talk about the traditional Kuwaiti mosques. The second part is going to discuss the modern mosques in Kuwait. So thank you again. And yes. There will be no break time. If anyone would like to take a coffee or something, you can leave quietly and come back quietly, please. We're going to start the workshop right now.
نرحب فيكم جميعا ونبدأ هذه الورشة باستضافة الإخوان الكرام المتحدثين، وستكون حول عمارة المساجد أو عمارة المساجد باللفظ الصحيح في دولة الكويت. وسيمثل هذه الورشة مجموعة من الإخوة الكرام المتحدثين، بداية من الباحث الأستاذ بشار خليفة ويعتذر لظرف صحي، ثم الأستاذ فهد العبد الجليل رئيس الجمعية الكويتية للتراث الكويتي، والأستاذ صالح المصباح الباحث في التراث الكويتي، والمهندس عبد الله المطيري مراقب في وزارة الأوقاف ومتخصص في شؤون المساجد التراثية. وستكون إن شاء الله الورشة في حول عمارة المساجد التراثية في الكويت، وسيعقبها مباشرة المساجد الحديثة. فنبدأ بأول متحدثين، فليتفضل مشكورا مأجورا. لا هني أحسن حسب طلب
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صبحكم الله بالخير. اليوم يعني خلال هذه الجلسة راح تكون جلسة تاريخية، نتكلم عن تاريخ العمارة في الكويت وبالتحديد المساجد، وأهم ما ذكر من إشارات من قبل الرحالة عن العمارة، وأهم المراجع اللي تكلمت عن العمارة. بداية طبعا هذا من أهم المراجع اللي أنا أعتمد عليه بشكل كبير، اللي هو العمارة التقليدية في الكويت وشمال الخليج. رونالد لوكوك وزهرة فريث. طبعا زهرة فريث هي ابنة المعتمد البريطاني السياسي المعروف هارولد ديكسون، وكتبت أكثر من كتاب وشاركت في تأليف هذا الكتاب اللي طبع في السبعينيات في لندن، طبعا عن طريق أحد البنوك الكويتية. ذكر طبعا أهم ما ذكر في هذا الكتاب أن المساجد في الكويت مساجد القديمة بنيت على نمط المساجد المفتوحة، فكانت أغلب المساجد في بدايتها كانت مفتوحة. إذا رجعنا إلى النشأة وإلى البداية، راح نتكلم عن أقدم نص ذكر يعني العمارة في الكويت، وهو الرحالة الدمشقي مرتضى بن علوان. هو حاج من خلال طريق يعني ردته إلى من الديار المقدسة، وصل الإحساء وبعدها دخل إلى الكويت في عام 1709 ميلادي، يعني قبل أكثر من 300 سنة. وذكر: دخلنا بلدا يقال له الكويت، بلد لا بأس بها، تشابه الإحساء في عماراتها وأبراجها. طبعا هذا يمكن أول إشارة للعمارة في الكويت من خلال نص مكتوب، ويقصد طبعا الشكل العمراني للكويت في ذلك الوقت في النشأة كانت تشابه الإحساء من ناحية الأكوات اللي كانت منتشرة على ساحل البحر في الكويت، وكذلك الأبراج أعتقد يقصد فيها الغول أو أبراج المراقبة كانت في ذلك الوقت. كذلك إذا تكلمنا عن نشأة الكويت دائما يعني نذكر مسجد بن بحر، يعني نشأة المساجد مرتبطة ارتباط وثيق بنشأة الكويت، فدائما أي باحث يتحدث عن نشأة الكويت لازم يذكر مسجد بن بحر اللي هو يعتبر أول مسجد في تاريخ الكويت. طبعا هذا المسجد ذكر النبهاني في كتاب التحفة النبهانية عام 1949، قال: اطلعت على وثيقة تجديد مسجد ابن بحر في عام 1745، فكان التجديد في عام 1745. فتاريخ البناء طبعا أكيد قبل هذا التاريخ. قال: عندما ثبت للقاضي خراب المسجد وخطورته على المصلين، وأذن ببيع دار كانت موقوفة على المسجد ب30 قرش عثماني. حقيقة عمليات التجديد في ذلك الوقت كانت تتم خلال فترات قصيرة، لأن المساجد كانت مبنية من الطين، فما كانت تصمد أمام الأمطار، أو احنا نسميها باللهجة الكويتية الهدامات، اللي كانت يعني في ذاك الوقت مثل سنة الرجبية عام 1872 أمطار وقعت في شهر رجب سموها الرجبية، وطبعا هدمت العديد من البيوت والمساجد. أنا اطلعت على وقف عائلة الزبن في عام 1821. الواقف يعني ذكر أكثر من مسجد، لا أوقاف على العديد من المساجد في عام 1821. هذه المساجد اليوم مو موثقة، يعني ما ذكرها الأستاذ عدنان الرومي، لأن هذه المساجد هدمت في ذلك الوقت. فالعديد من المساجد أنشأوها الكويتيين ولم تصمد، هدمت لأنها بنيت من الطين. ايش قالوا طبعا لوكوك وزهرة فريث؟ قالوا ان المساجد طبعا في الكويت بنيت على نمط المساحة المفتوحة اللي كانت تتميز بها شبه الجزيرة العربية والعراق، وقاعات الصلاة فيها كان لها أسقف محمولة على صفوف من الأعمدة الخشبية. كذلك ذكر الرحالة البحر يعني المعروف دييز لما زار البحرين تكلم عن مسجد سوق الخميس المشهور في البحرين، كان يقول يضم تصميما مماثلا لتكون يعني يتكون من أعمدة ارتكاز خشبية تحمل جسورا من الخشب. ويرى دييز طبعا أن هذا التصميم هذا النوع من الركائز يدل على قدم تاريخ بناء المسجد اللي رجع إلى بداية القرن العاشر أو ال11 بعد الميلاد، ويقال أنه طبعا تم بناءه خلال العصر الدولة الأموية. المآذن يعني في ذاك الوقت في الكويت، طبعا هذا كله أنا قاعد ألخص لكم هذا الكتاب وأهم ما ذكر فيه. المآذن طبعا في مساجد الكويت كانت عبارة عن مباني قليلة الارتفاع، ما كانت عالية، في نفس مستوى سقف المسجد، ما كانت أعلى من سقف المسجد في ذاك الوقت أو تعلوها قليلا. في رحالة دنماركي حقيقة زار الكويت هذا من أهم الكتب يعني اللي أنصح فيها طبعا الإخوان والأخوات في العمارة لقراءتها، وهو طبعا هذا الكتاب لباركلي رونكير. باركلي رونكير بعث إلى الجزيرة العربية من قبل الجمعية الجغرافية الدنماركية الملكية الدنماركية، وزار الكويت. يعني بدأ رحلته أوائل العام 1912 في عهد الشيخ مبارك الصباح، ووصف طبعا تكلم عن الشيخ مبارك الصباح وذكر معلومات كثيرة عن الكويت وعن عمارة المساجد في هذا الكتاب. وبعد الكويت زار المملكة العربية السعودية، زار طبعا الهفوف، وزار كذلك الزلفي منطقة القصيم، وتكلم عن جامع في الزلفي، وذكر أن مأذنته متواضعة، أن الزلفي ما فيها إلا مسجد واحد وفيها مأذنة عنده، يعني في مأذنة واحدة وهذه المأذنة متواضعة. وتكلم كذلك عن البحرين، لأن بعد المملكة العربية السعودية راح إلى البحرين. الكويت قال عن الكويت، يقول كانت رونكير يقول طبعا لاحظ الرحالة الدنماركي رونكير في سنة 1912 وهو بدأ رحلته في أوائل 1912 أن لم يكن هناك إلا عدد قليل من المآذن في الكويت، يعني المساجد اللي في ذاك الوقت، وأنها يعني لا تكاد تظهر فوق أسقف المنازل. هذا الكلام يؤكد اللي ذكروه طبعا في كتاب العمارة في شمال الخليج، لأن طبعا زهرة فريث ولوكوك اعتمدوا على كتاب رونكير، يعني خذوا من العديد لأن هذا الكتاب يعني سبق كتابهم. فتكلم قال لم يكن هناك عدد قليل من المآذن وأنها لا تكاد تظهر فوق أسقف المنازل. ورسم رونكير طرازا متميزا مربع الشكل تميل جدرانه قليلا إلى الأعلى لتنتهي بمقصورة لها 4 عقود وسقف هرمي من الجص أو اليص. هذا اللي طبعا هذه صفحة من الكتاب اللي بكتاب رونكير إن شاء الله. في سنة 1912 طبعا كان المكان الوحيد هو المسجد الكبير، معروف المسجد يسمونه طبعا المسجد الكبير، مو المسجد الكبير الحالي اللي افتتح في عام 1986 وعندنا الأخ علي طبعا الله يحفظه مدير نعم هذا المسجد، لكن يقصدون مسجد السوق. يعني قبل 1986 وبناء المسجد الكبير كان مسجد الدولة الكبير هو مسجد السوق اللي موجود الآن في داخلة السوق الداخلي، اللي هو طبعا بناه محمد بن رزق بن حسين بن رزق. هذا المسجد طبعا بني في نهاية القرن الثامن عشر في نهاية القرن الثامن عشر. فيتكلم عن المسجد الكبير، يقول هو المسجد الوحيد رونكير اللي يمكن المؤذن أن يقف فيه ليدعو المؤمنين للصلاة. طبعا هو حجرة معقودة تقع طبعا فوق البوابة الرئيسية، وكان هناك مآذن أخرى، وتكلم عن أمور كثيرة. وذكروا لوكوك وفريث تكلموا عن بعض المساجد، منها مسجد ابن خميس، طبعا هذا مسجد السوق اللي نتكلم عنه اللي كان مسجد الدولة الكبير، هذا مسجد السوق، هذا شكل الجديد، هذا شكل القديم مقابل سوق التجار. طبعا أنا بروح لأن ما عندي وقت، بروح إلى مسجد الخليفة اللي هو هذا المسجد، مسجد الخليفة
ملاصق المسجد الكبير.
نعم. طبعا تكلموا في هالكتاب عن مسجد الخليفة وقالوا جامع أنيق مشيد على شاطئ البحر، لا يعرف بالضبط تاريخ إقامته، يعني تاريخ بنائه، وأنا أعتقد أن تاريخ بنائه كان في عام 1718، ولكن أعمدته تشبه بحد كبير أعمدة بيت آل غانم، بيت الغانم اللي هو الآن المرسم الحر يقصدون، الذي بني في منتصف القرن التاسع عشر. وللمسجد رواق ذو أعمدة وصحن مزدوج يقع أمام صالة الصلاة التي تحتوي أيضا على صحنين. وتكلموا عن المحراب أنه كان في منتصف الحائط الذي يفصل يعني. وبعدين قال أن مسجد الخميس كان من أجمل المساجد في الكويت قبل أن يعاد بناءه في الخمسينيات. وخلنا نوقف شوي عند هذه الحقبة اللي حقبة خمسينيات القرن الماضي. لو نشوف كتاب وزارة الأوقاف مال المساجد، أغلب المساجد في الكويت تم تجديدها في خمسينيات القرن الماضي. الكثير من هذه المساجد طبعا هدمت وعيد بنائها من جديد، وفي بعضها تم ترميمه. طبعا احنا يعني الحين مو انا ماني المختص اتكلم اذا كان الترميم تم بالشكل الصحيح او لم يتم، ولكن اغلب المساجد تم ترميمها في فتره الخمسينيات.
جزاك الله خير.
ولكن انا بختم يمكن في هذه اذا سمحت لي. طبعا هذا طبعا تكلموا عن مسجد السوق اللي بدينا فيه، اللي هو هذا المسجد، بس بختم فيه اذا سمحت لي. احتاج دقيقة واحدة بس. هذا هو المسجد طبعا شكل قديم. فطبعا تكلمت زهرة فريث ولوكوك قالوا تصميم مأذنة السوق مسجد السوق مخيبة للآمال. طبعا تصميمها في الخمسينيات إذ ما قورن بالتصميم السابق. أغلب المساجد اللي يعني في الخمسينيات خلينا نقول فترة، أو خلينا نقول يعني فترة ما تدفق النفط إلى الكويت، بدأوا يحطون فيها زخارف. بالسابق ما كان فيها زخارف، ما كان هذا النمط معروف في مساجد الكويت، ولكن بعد تدفق النفط بدأوا يستخدمون تصميم الزخارف على المساجد. والفترة اللي بعد 1960 يعني المساجد اللي شيدت بعد 1960 ظهر عليها اشكال وتقنيات جديده استوردوها ذاك الوقت من الغرب.
تمام.
واشكركم على حسن الاستماع، شكرا جزيلا. سامحني طولت شوي.
طبعا بعد العرض الشيق والمقدمة التي بدأنا فيها من 3 قرون، يعني عبر بنا الأستاذ الفاضل فهد العبد الجليل إلى السنوات الأخيرة أو إلى تساؤلات. هو أعطانا الشكل العام، نبي تفصيل المساجد التراثية الكويتية. هناك كتاب هو المرجع في هذا الشيء، ذكر الأستاذ فهد مشكورا، اللي هو تاريخ مساجد الكويت التراثية. ومهم جدا أن نقف عند هذه المساجد التراثية في التفصيل المعماري، وسيتطرق الأستاذ صالح مصباح لهذا عضو الجمعية الكويتية التراث حول تفصيل المساجد التراثية ومكوناتها المعمارية. تفضل.
حطها بس قبلها
اي حطها
لا قبلها في صفحة الغلاف. خلاص على الارجاء رجع.
ظهر محاطين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الحمد لله رب العالمين، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شرفنا فيكم. راح اتطرق اليوم عن تاريخ ما أهمل التاريخ، اللي هو كتاب عدنان بن سالم الرومي تحت مسمى تاريخ مساجد الكويت القديمة. لو تراويهم بس الكتاب غلافه، مفروض يطلع بالصورة بس ما طلع. هذا غلاف الكتاب من 580 صفحة. طبع الطبعة الأولى جزاك الله خير عام 1988. بعد ما خرجت الطبعة استفاد من علاقاته مع الآخرين ومع العوائل، مع النسابة، مع أئمة المساجد والمؤذنين، فزاد عليه هذا الكتاب، فصار هذا الكتاب 3 أضعاف الطبعة الأولى، وزاد بالصور وعدل وصحح. فأنا الآن عرض وتحليل لكتاب عدنان الرومي. يقول تنبيه هام، يقول مؤلف: يعتبر كتابي هذا محاولة لجمع المعلومات الخاصة بمساجد الكويت القديمة لتسجيل منها ما يشبه التاريخ، وأنني أعلم حينما سرت في هذا الطريق الوعرة مسالكه المتشعبة طرقه سوف أجد فيه العقبات. وقال بعدين: وإن المساجد لله فلا تدعوا مع الله أحدا. وشكر وتقدير أمدني بالصور القديمة الأخ صالح المصباح، يعني شكرني جزاه الله خير إن أنا مديته بالصور القديمة. عدد صفحات الكتاب 580. نشوف الصور. هني شكر، وهني قصيدة الشيخ أحمد غنام الرشيد، طبعا القصيدة على الطبعة الأولى فحطها. هني ملاحظة: دائرة الأوقاف ممثلة بالشيخ عبد الله الجابر رئيس الدائرة والعسعوسي عبد الله عبد الرحمن العسعوسي، كانوا يحضرون وضع حجر أساس المساجد. هذه الظاهرة انقطعت مع استقلال الكويت، انقطعت هالظاهرة. فأنا فسرتها بالسابق لقلة المساجد والحضور يتبركون أن هذه بركة، أنا حضر في هذا لأخذ الأجر. بعد طبعا ما تحولت الدائرة إلى وزارة، اعتمد في إحصاء المساجد على سجل دائرة الأوقاف، وزع المساجد على 6 محافظات، محافظة العاصمة لأنها الأقدم، ثم رتب المساجد في كل محافظة على الأقدم، وقدم حي جبلة. احنا نقول جبلة هي القبلة اتجاه القبلة، منطقتنا احنا هذه منطقة جبلة القبلة، لأن فيها أقدم مسجد في الكويت وهو مسجد ابن بحر الإبراهيم، وذكر 16 مسجد فيها. بعدين قدم حي الوسط، وقدم مسجد الخليفة لأن فيه ثاني مسجد أسس في الكويت اللي تطرق له الأخ فهد عبد الجليل. وثم حي شرق قدم مسجد ابن خميس وفيها 14 مسجد. ثم مساجد السوق قدم مسجد العدساني وفيها 8 مساجد. حي المرقاب قدم مسجد العتيجي فيها 11 مسجد. الصالحية مسجد الملا صالح. ومساجد جزيرة فيلتشة مسجد الدشت. مساجد محافظة حولي مسجد ابن عويد. مساجد السالمية مسجد لذينة. مساجد المحافظة الفروانية قدم مسجد الدويلة. مساجد خيطان قدم مسجد بن هجاج. مساجد الجليب والعضيلية. مساجد محافظة الأحمدي. مساجد الجهراء قدم مسجد الجهراء القديم وفيها 4 مساجد. وبذا يكون عدد المساجد من تأسيس الكويت من بن بحر 1600 وتقريبا و80 إلى 1950 100 مسجد، وهدم نصفهم تقريبا، اللي لم يستطع المؤلف أن يكتب عن ما هدم، وللأسف الشديد هذا طبعا من أكبر يعني الثغرات في تاريخ الكويت هو الهدم. وتم الاعتماد على الوقفيات المساجد، الحجج الوقفية المساجد خاصة العدسانية، وملفات دائرة الأوقاف والأمانة العامة للأوقاف. واعتمد إحصاء الأئمة والمؤذنين لكل مسجد على الرواية المحلية. وأنا طلعت من هو أكثر واحد بالرواية، طلع محمد يوسف البدر ومحمد الغانم والإمام عبد الرحمن العبيدان ومحمد صالح التركيت بالترتيب حسب كل صفحة كل مسجد قال أخذت من محمد يوسف البدر، فعديتهم هذا فطلع بالأكثر هو النسابة والراوية والعالم الجليل محمد يوسف البدر والمؤرخ رحمة الله عليه. إن شاء الله. منهجية العرض: موقع المسجد، المعالم التي حوله، ذكر مؤسسة، تاريخ التأسيس، سنوات التجديد، ذكر أئمة المساجد والخطباء مع ذكر الأوقاف. نتكلم مثلا مسجد العبد الجليل، قضاة يؤسسون مساجد، وهو القاضي الكويت الثاني في زمنه الشيخ أحمد بن عبد الله العبد الجليل تولى القضاء 1722. الظاهر اللي فيه أن إمام المسجد كفيف البصر وهو الملا مسعود الهقهق، إمام ومؤذن وفراش، إمام ومؤذن وفراش في نفس الوقت، ويقفل باب المسجد عليه، يقعد ينظف المسجد، وأحيانا تأتي زوجته تساعده في التنظيف، ويذهب إلى مسجد العدساني يمه يؤذن، مسجد العدساني يؤذن العبد الجليل، يروح العدساني يؤذن يرد مسجده يصير إمام. فهذه ظاهرة حبيت أتطرق لها. مسجد المديرس فيه خزان تخزين مياه الأمطار. طبعا أنا حاط ملاحظات كثيرة، والأبواب والشبابيك وكل الرواق والصحن والحرم والقبة والمئذنة والأدراج كل هذه ذكرتها، فمن يحتاج منكم منها أي أي أحسنت أي. وذكرت طلعت ما يقارب 15 واحد من الأئمة والمؤذنين المكفوفين، حصرتهم أحسنت. أيوة الله جزاك الله خير. حصرت الأئمة المكفوفين تحت بعض، وإن شاء الله يكون بحث يعني مفيد، ومن يريد أن يتواصل وياي. طبعا هذا غلاف كمل. شو هذا أحد الأبواب القديمة. كمل نشرح من الأصور. هذا أحد الأبواب القديمة شكل. كمل. أيوة. هذا المآذن يعني من 1800 بدأت تطول. قبل كانت مثل ما ذكر الأخ، بعدها من 1800 بدأت تطول، وذكر أن إحدى المآذن وصلت 30 مترا. هذه روحات أيوب حسين. من أراد أن يستفيد من هذا الشيء أن يراجع لوحات الأستاذ أيوب حسين رحمة الله عليه. هذا شوف، هذا من أقدم المساجد. شوف المأذنة بسيطة يعني جدا. وطبعا نختم. جزاك الله خير. نلاحظ بأن مصلى النساء لم يتوفر سابقا قديما، لكن بداية نهاية الأربعينات وبداية الخمسينيات بدأوا يوفرون مصلى للنساء. وملاحظة عائلة التركيت أكثر عائلة أئمة حصرتهم 14 إمام. فلهذا أبنائهم دكاترة، مهندسين، أصحاب مناصب، لأن آبائهم علماء ومثقفون. فعائلة التركيت، وبعدين حصرت عائلة الجسار وعائلة الجناعات المطوع وغيرهم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بن بحر يقول ما في وقت. ذكرت أنا أقدم مسجد بن بحر، وذكر الشيخ يعني فهد العبد الجليل 1680 تقريبا، وهو أقدم مسجد بالكويت 1600، وهذا للأسف هدم. أي نعم. السلام عليكم.
شلون دكتور؟ صحيح. المساجد اي مسجد بن بحر هو كان طبعا مكانه دكتور مقابل الفرضه اللي هو ميناء الكويت القديم،
قصر السيف حاليا.
قصر السيف. فهذا المكان هو يعني نسميه احنا نواة مدينه الكويت القديمه. فتأسست الكويت بالميناء الفرضه. اي نعم. فتأسست الكويت طبعا كان الكوت والميناء اللي هو الفرضه، كان هذا طبعا هي نواة مدينه الكويت. فكان هذا المسجد مقابل الفرضة، ولذلك يطلق عليه مسجد بن بحر الإبراهيم الفرضة. كان يطلق عليه مسجد الفرضة، فكان مقابل ميناء الكويت القديم.
تمام. طبعا يلاحظ ونحن نستعرض التاريخ أن تاريخ الكويت يعني وثق من خلال تاريخ مساجدها. نتكلم على وشيء يعني تاريخيا الوثائق هي أثبت شيء يعتمد عليه، وكذلك رأينا الوقفيات اللي مر ذكرها الأستاذ صالح مصباح مشكورا، وذكرنا أئمة المساجد الجسار. الظاهر يبي يلفت لفتة للدكتور محمد الجسار، الله يبارك له إن شاء الله كعوائل. وهذا هو الامتزاج بين المجتمع والمساجد. وإن كان ذكر شيء زعل أخواتنا الكريمات إن ما في مصليات للنساء في ذلك الزمان. زعلت علينا، الله يهديك أبو محمد، زعلت علينا أخواتنا النساء. كان لأسباب موضوعية، يعني عادة يكون في امتداد يعني شيء مؤقت في رمضان، لأن النساء عادة يصلون ببيوتهم ما يصلون بالمسجد. فكانت أسباب موضوعية في ذلك الزمان، وفي تلك الظروف يحتاج أن يكون فيها بحث. الآن ننتقل بعد أن عرفنا التاريخ وعرفنا الواقع في مسألة التراثية. واليوم اللي يبي يشعر بالروحانية وعبق الماضي يذهب للمساجد التراثية المنتشرة بالكويت، ونرى طريقة صيانتها والتعامل معها مع المهندس عبد الله المطيري. تفضل.
بسم الله، الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. إذا نشكركم على هذه الدعوة وعلى الاستضافة المباركة والجهد العلمي المبارك. احنا كنا نفتقد إلى فترة يعني قريبة لمثل الجهود العلمية هذه وتلاقي أصحاب الهم الواحد، خلينا نقول، خاصة يعني العاملين في عمارة المساجد وفي صيانتها والاهتمام فيها. نتكلم اليوم عن أساليب صيانة المساجد التراثية في الكويت. يعني الدولة يعني أفردت المساجد التراثية بأقسام خاصة لصيانتها، بحيث أن أفصلتها عن المساجد العادية وعن المباني العادية لخصوصيتها في يعني احتياجها الهندسي واحتياجها المعماري. المساجد التراثية في الكويت تعتبر من العلامات البارزة في التاريخ الكويتي، مثل ما تكلموا الإخوان عن أوائل المساجد اللي أسست وشلون كل مسجد يعني يحكي حكاية بروحها، يعني يحكي جزء من تاريخ الكويت. يعني متى تكون، منو اللي بنى المسجد هذا، منو اللي تبرع في الأرض، منو اللي التفاصيل هذه كلها الوحدة. يعني إذا جمعنا مجموعة المساجد نكاد نكون صورة كاملة عن تاريخ الكويت في ذاك الوقت. احنا نتكلم عن مساجد أسست من 300 سنة، من 3 قرون مع نشأة الكويت، وهذا يعطينا انطباع عن الدولة الكويتية أول ما تأسست وطبيعة المجتمع. يعني عادة في المجتمعات الساحلية، المجتمعات خلينا نقول يعني العمالية إلى حد ما، بحيث أنه كان أكثر يعني سكان الكويت في ذاك الوقت كانوا يجون عمالة من برا يشتغلون فترات الغوص وهذا يرجعون مرة ثانية. فطبيعة المجتمعات عادة هذه تكون يعني شوية غير منضبطة يعني دينيا. مع ذلك لما نشوف مواقع المساجد اللي في الكويت يكاد يكون تقريبا كل 50 إلى 100 متر في مسجد، وهذا شيء غير المعتاد أو غير المتوقع اجتماعيا، ولعل هذا يفتح باب لبحوث اجتماعية من خلال المعلومة اللي موجودة في الكويت هذه. المساجد التراثية في الكويت يعني من بدأت الدولة خلينا نقول تتشكل بشكل الحديث وبدأت تهتم فيها، تناوبوا عليها عدة جهات. بداية يعني أول طبعا كانت هي مساجد أهلية، فغالبية القائمين على بنائها وعلى خلينا نقول الإنفاق عليها من حيث الإمام المؤذن والصيانة وغيره كانوا الأهالي. مع بداية تكون الدولة الحديثة بعد ظهور النفط أيام الشيخ عبد الله السالم رحمة الله عليه، تشكلت دائرة الأوقاف العامة. وأول ما كان اهتمامها توجهت إلى المساجد، يعني لعلها زينة شينة أنه يعني هم كانوا سعداء بالدخل الجديد اللي دش، فكان يبون الكويت تكون حديثة بكل الجوانب. بعض المساجد تم هدمها اما للاستفاده من مواقعها، يعني كلها كانت في الكويت القديمه في مواقع يعني غاليه جدا، فجزء كبير من المساجد تم هدمها للاسف، والجزء الاخر تم تحديثه ظن منهم انهم الان قاعد يخدمون المساجد. يعني كان الاحساس في ذاك الوقت بقيمه التراث ما هو يعني مثل ما هو موجود الحين. بعدها انتقلت الى الامانه العامه للاوقاف. انتقلت هناك كون اغلب المساجد التراثيه عليها اوقاف، واوقاف بمبالغ كبيره. يعني احنا لما نتكلم عن تقريبا 33 34 مسجد، مجموع الاوقاف اللي عليها عوائدها السنويه توصل يمكن الى 115 مليون دينار بالسنه على 30 مسجد. فكان الجزء المالي مهم جدا في التعامل مع المساجد التراثيه هذه مع الاوقاف اللي عليها، فتولت شؤونها الى فتره ما الامانه العامه للاوقاف. في 2006 انتقلت مرة ثانية بعد تشكل وزارة الأوقاف اللي هي تكونت من دائرة الأوقاف العامة، تكونت وزارة الأوقاف، فانتقلت المساجد التراثية إلى وزارة الأوقاف بالجانب الهندسي في الغالب للاهتمام بصيانتها وكذا. فتم استحداث مراقبة خاصة في الهيكل التنظيمي في وزارة الأوقاف ضمن إدارة الشؤون الهندسية، هي مراقبة تأهيل المساجد التراثية، فقط معنية بالمساجد التراثية، بعيدا عن المساجد الثانية. مساجد الكويت توصل إلى 1700 مسجد لها نظام صيانة منفصل تماما. المساجد التراثية مختصة فيها مراقبة خاصة بعقودها، بطبيعة المواد والأعمال اللي تشكل فيها. عدد المساجد التراثية في الكويت القائمة مساجد تراثية والمساجد ذات الطابع التراثي. يعني في بعض المتبرعين بالفترة الأخيرة يعني يحب يبني مسجد على الطابع التراثي، فإحنا نعطيه المواصفات والمعايير العامة اللي إذا التزم فيها يصنف مسجده كمسجد له طابع تراثي، فندخله معانا في صيانة أو تأهيل المساجد التراثية. عددهم بالمجمل 58 مسجد موزعين على مناطق الكويت المختلفة، أغلبهم في العاصمة في الكويت القديمة على البحر. مراقبة المساجد التراثية يعني تقوم برعاية هذه المساجد من خلال عقدين صيانة. احنا عندنا عقد الصيانة الدورية، العقد هذا يلزم المقاول من خلال مبلغ مقطوع يصرف له على القيام بأعمال الصيانة الدورية، سواء أعمال مدنية، أعمال تكييف، أعمال كهربائية، أعمال صوتيات. يقوم بزيارة كل مسجد مرتين في الأسبوع على الأقل، يتأكد أن كل الأمور سليمة، يعني من ناحية الإضاءة، من ناحية الأمور المدنية الموجودة، الله يكرمكم دورة المياه ولا غيره، لازم كل شيء يكون يعني على يعني أتم الاستعداد وشغال بطريقة جيدة كل أسبوعين مرة. أي تقصير أي خلل يوجد خلال الفترة هذه كلها المقاول يحاسب عليه، قاعد يأخذ مبالغ مقطوعة مقابل العمل هذا، بالإضافة إلى في حالة وجود أي بلاغ ورود أي بلاغ أثناء الفترة هذه كلها حتى لو ما كان ضمن الجدول ماله ضمن أسبوعين يطلع له فورا ويلتزم المقاول فيه. هذا عقد الصيانة الدورية وهذا شغال طول السنة، يتجدد كل سنتين ويتجدد مع مقاول جديد. العقد الثاني هو عقد الصيانة الجذرية والإنشاءات، هو اللي تقوم فيه مراقبة الصيانة مراقبة المساجد التراثية بأعمال الترميم والصيانة وإعادة البناء والتأهيل للحفاظ على حالة المساجد الإنشائية وكذلك إجراء التوسعات. مثلا في بعض المساجد هذه لعلها تكون أحد التحديات اللي تواجهنا، المساجد في مواقع بعضها يكون في مواقع مثلا استثمارية، في مواقع يعني عند أبراج سكنية ولا في مساجد ثانية.
شوف محمد،
فأنت الآن بين تحدي وظيفة المبنى كمسجد وبين الطابع التراثي له. يعني لما يجون مثلا الأهالي يشتكون احنا قاعدين نصلي بالشارع، يعني نصلي بالشمس، يعني نصلي بدون، وأنت تقول لي هذا مسجد تراثي ولا حد لا ما راح أوسعه. فالتحدي هذا كيف توازن بين وظيفة المبنى كمسجد وبين الطابع التراثي له. اضطرينا في بعض الأحيان إلى أن خلينا نقول والله من باب الاستجابة للطلب هذا نبني مباني ملتصقة في المسجد لكن منفصلة عنه، بحيث تكون مثل مصليات النساء بعد ما أضيفت في الفترات الأخيرة، دورات المياه مثلا الله يكرمكم في المساجد القديمة كانت دورتين بالكثير فما تكفي الأعداد الضخمة هذه كلها، فإنشأنا دورات مياه ملاصقة للمسجد لكن غير متداخلة معه، بحيث يبقى المبنى التراثي مثل ما هو وهذا إضافة له. بعض المساجد اضطرينا مثلا بعد التصميم الحديث للمدينة،
طبعا ده الطابع تراث حتى الزيادة
نفس الطابع العام، لكن يعني عشان ما نخلط بالتاريخ ان هذا هو المسجد القديم بهذه الابعاد، هذه اضافه له بنفس الطابع التراثي، نفس التكسيه، نفس المواد المستخدمه، يعني الى حد ما. في بعض الاماكن تكون مثلا الدوله يتعارض موقع المسجد مع تخطيط الدوله، مثل الدائري الاول وقف تقريبا 10 سنوات بسبب وجود مسجد وما كانوا قادرين يسوونه، مسجد المضبة. فبعد مفاوضات وبعد انا ترى اتكلم بعيد عن السياسه عند الدكتور اسمح لي، بعد الضغوط السياسيه يعني اضطرينا ان نهدم المسجد، لكن الزم المقاول بان يبني نفس المسجد بنفس التصميم على مسافه بعيده. وفي المكان هذا مريت في الدائري الاول حتلقون في النفق ماله حطينا رسمه المسجد ان هذا هو مكان المسجد بنفس صورته القديمه حتى نحافظ على موقع المسجد ومكانه بحيث انه يتم بيعرف، لان المواقع هذه الان اصبحت مرتبطه بالتاريخ. يعني لما تتكلم انت عن شخصيات الكويت اللي قبل، والله مثلا امام المسجد الفلاني فلان لان بيته كان في المكان الفلاني، لما تغير الاماكن جزء من التاريخ انت فقدته. يعني اساليب صيانه المساجد التراثيه بشكل عام هي اكثر من 4 اساليب، لكن الاساليب الرئيسيه هي 4 اساليب. الاسلوب الاول اسلوب الترميم، حتى يكون ملتزم بالتعاريف. يعني يلا سريع. الترميم يعرف بأنه مجموعة عمليات التي يكون هدفها إعادة المبنى إلى حالته الأصلية عن طريق بناء أو إصلاحه، وقد يتم ذلك من خلال إزالة أو تعديل أو إضافة أجزاء ليعود المبنى للتكوين المعماري الأصيلة. هو بعض التعديلات وبعض الإصلاحات داخل المبنى لكن من غير ما نغير الحالة الإنشائية. لا، هذا على الأسلوب الأول هو أسلوب الترميم. الأسلوب الثاني هو أسلوب إعادة البناء. أسلوب إعادة البناء يعتمد على إعادة مبنى تاريخي جديد يماثل مبنى قديم إلى أقصى حد ممكن من خلال دراسات تاريخية أو أثرية أو شواهد أخرى، ويتم استخدام هذا الأسلوب في حالة المباني التاريخية ذات الأهمية والتي دمرت كليا أو جزئيا ولم يبقى إلا شاهد عليها سوى سجلات تاريخية وبعض الأطلال. الأسلوب الرابع عشان السرعة والوقت التأهيل هو وضع جملة من المحددات لإعادة المبنى بصورته الحالية لأداء وظائفه القديمة أو وظيفة جديدة مناسبة. الأسلوب الرابع هو أسلوب الصيانة، وهي الصيانة بأنها عملية الإصلاح والرعاية الدورية للمبنى بشكل عام. الترميم احنا هذا ما نلجأ له، احنا في أغلب مساجدنا نحاول نصلح ما أفسده الدهر، يعني مع الوقت أي خلل موجود نحاول نصلحه، وهذا في أغلب المساجد التراثية قمنا فيه تقريبا. أسلوب إعادة البناء في بعض المساجد اللي تم هدمها قبل لا تؤول المساجد إلى وزارة الأوقاف، قاعد نحاول مع البلدية نطالب بتخصيص مواقع بديلة، وخذينا أكثر من موقع، وقاعد نعيد بناء المسجد القديم بنفس التصميم حسب الشواهد اللي عندنا، صور قديمة، بعض شهادات الشهود الموجودة، ونعيد بناء المسجد مثل ما سوينا مع مسجد بن شرف اللي يشوفه عند قصر العدل. هذا مسجد بني تمام مشابه للمسجد القديم. الأسلوب الثالث كان أسلوب التأهيل. عندنا مسجد لعل يكون ما عدنا بحاجة إلى دوره كمسجد، لكن لأن من ضمن المباني المحافظ عليها حسب تصنيفه في المجلس الوطني للفنون والثقافة والآداب، فما نقدر نهدم المسجد، فنضطر أن يعني نعيد تأهيله ليمارس وظيفة ثانية. عندنا مثل مسجد نابي بن دويلة بالفروانية استخدمناه كمدرسة لتحفيظ القرآن الكريم، هو ملاصق لمسجد، ملاصق تماما يعني مسجد جديد، مسجد كبير انبنى.
الله يعطيك العافية أبو عبد العزيز.
الوقت راح
خلاص.
دقيقتين بس عشان
نفتح مع الأسئلة راح تطلع
بس دقيقتين. المشروع هذا مشروع إحياء المساجد التراثية للشباب مشاركين.
تختم فيه؟
دقيقة واحدة.
يلا توكل.
احنا من ضمن الأمور اللي تكلمنا عنها من باب الضغوط اللي قاعد تواجهنا وممارسة الأساليب الأربعة للصيانة. الآن احنا نعمل على استحداث خلينا نقول أسلوب جديد، أسلوب الدعم الشعبي. أنت كثير من الضغوط اللي تجيك الآن لأن الناس مو حاسين بأهمية المساجد التراثية، مو حاسين بقيمتها التاريخية والتراثية، يظن أن ما في مشكلة إذا أنا فتحت باب، ما في مشكلة إذا أنا يعني وسعت المسجد، ما هم حاسين بتراثية الموقع. فالآن يعني الوزارة بالتعاون مع بعض مؤسسات المجتمع المدني وبعض المختصين والباحثين في المجال التاريخي والتراثي في الكويت شكلنا فريق عمل تطوعي لإعداد مشروع لإحياء المساجد التراثية عشان ننقل الهم هذا إلى المجتمع، بحيث يكون المجتمع داعم لنا في النهاية. ما يسمح المجتمع بأي هدم أي مسجد تراثي بعد الآن، ما يسمح المسجد بتغيير أي مسجد تراثي بعد الآن. المشروع قائم الآن على مجموعة محاور، يعني نبي نستفيد من المساجد التراثية ومن قيمتها. المساجد التراثية قيمتها الآن مش في مبناها الصغير ولا في مبناها خلينا نقول نوعا ما المتهالك اللي قاعد يؤدي وظيفته، لكن في معناها الثقافي، معناها التاريخي المهم جدا. هذا إلى الآن احنا ما وظفناه الوظيفة اللي يستحقها. فاحنا الآن في خلال مشروع إحياء المساجد التراثية قاعد نحاول نحيي هذا الدور، نحاول نحيي يعني الأهمية ما يمضي.
شكرا
جزاك الله خير.
الآن يا أخوان عشان الوقت أنا ضغطت المحاضرين أو عشان الأسئلة، فعندنا 10 دقائق أسئلة، فاللي عنده سؤال يرفع يده عشان نحصرهم. واحد في عنده سؤال؟ تفضل.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم الصحة والعافية. معكم أحمد الرماح من الخبر السعودية المهيدة بخدمة المجتمع. حقيقة الله يعطيه العافية الأستاذ سالم أمس ساعدني كثير بالتعرف على الأوقاف، ومن طفولتنا نجي منطقة المباركية وأول مرة أعرف أن معظم المحلات والمباني في المباركية هي وقف لوجه الله سبحانه وتعالى. وكذلك تعرفت حتى على النومنكليتشر، قضية النمبرينج حق الأوقاف، إيش لما يبدأ رقم 1 معناه، رقم 2 معناه ريعة يذهب إلى مسجد إلى آخره. فأعمال جليلة ومباركة. حاولت بهالزيارة أني أزور المساجد التراثية يعني قدر الإمكان، كل فرض مسجد بين الفروض أفتح بعض المساجد التراثية إلى آخره. بعضها رممت بطريقة مميزة جدا وبعضها رممت بطريقة فيها شوية تحديث. التحديث هذا ربما أساء إلى عبق التاريخ، بالذات قضية الأسقف وقضية كذا، فيا ليت يكون الترميم يعني تراثي بشكل كبير. النقطة الثانية حقيقة اللي أثرت فيه كثير مسجد السوق الكبير اللي كان يسمى الدولة، اللوحة اللي عليه مرة أثرت فيها. هو بني عام 1209، قاعد نتكلم على أكثر من 240 سنة، عن طريق محسنون من الهنود. فإليت يعني هذه الزاوية يصير عليها فوكس كبير، أثر الجاليات في بناء المساجد في الكويت. الطلب الأخير الله لا يهينكم، المساجد الحديثة في الكويت فقدت الهوية. مساجد جميلة، ميزانيات ضخمة إلى آخره، ولكن الهوية الكويتية الخليجية المعمارية اللي كنا بطفولتنا نصلي فيها ونحس بروحانية عميقة، هذه بدينا شوي مع الوقت نفقدها. صار في architecture schools مختلفة تماما من الشرق والغرب، ودنا نرجع للعبق التاريخي القديم في أعمال المساجد الجديدة. شكرا لكم.
الله يحييك، شكرا على المداخلة أو الاستفسار. راح نوزع بس تعليقا على كلام الأستاذ أحمد الله يحفظه، أن فعلا المباركية في مسألة الوقف، وهذه نوقشت في أكثر من يعني محاضرة سابقة، ارتباط الوقف بالمساجد، لدرجة أن منطقة المباركية، سوق المباركية، إخواني أخواتي، جزء كبير منه أوقاف، ولو أمس مر الأوقاف هذه موجود على نفس المبنى، موجود فوق الوقف كذا كذا فلان فلاني على كذا كذا. فهذه من مفاخر الكويت في مسألة ارتباط الأوقاف بالمساجد وباليوميات بالنسبة لنا سوق المباركية. النقطة الثانية عند أخوي عبد العزيز في مسألة الصيانة وأثرها على أن بعض ما رمم للأسف فقد هويته أو ليس بالصورة الجيدة. والنقطة الثالثة قد نؤجلها إلى الجزء الثاني من الورشة مع الدكتور جسار والمهندس ناصر خريبط في مسألة المساجد الحديثة. أنا ما راح أتكلم مسألة الحديثة، الجماعة عندهم الجواب. تفضل.
بسم الله. ابتداء دكتور أشكرك على مداخلتك. أنت الآن فتحت لي مجال عشان أبدأ من جديد، ما أقدر أكلم المهندس سالم. المسجد السوق الكبير بالذات هو النموذج اللي تم اختياره، اللي تم التركيز عليه في مشروع إحياء المساجد التراثية. والجزء اللي تكلمت عنه هذا هو الجزء الثقافي اللي راح نحاول نبرزه. يعني لتصحيح المعلومة، وأخواني يمكن أقدروا مني على تصحيحها كونه معلومة تاريخية، المشاركة التاجر الهندي كان هو تاجر أخشاب فقط. في ذاك الوقت كنا حنا الجاليات عندهم وهم مش الجاليات عندنا. فهو يعني تبرع بأخشاب السقف المسجد، لكن الباقي كان من خلال أهل الكويت. المشروع يقوم على مسجد السوق الكبير. حناخذ جانب منه. أحد الجوانب من محاور المشروع المحور الثقافي، وهذا حيفتح مجال كبير حق طلبة مثلا كلية العمارة لإجراء أبحاثهم على المواد اللي كانت تستخدم داخل المسجد، مصادر المواد هذه، علاقات الكويت التجارية في ذاك الوقت مع الدول، ومنها أيضا الأقسام المسجد اللي موجودة وبعض النقوش وبعض الزخارف الموجودة. يعني جانب كبير تاريخي بمجموعة محاور. بإذن الله حنغطي الجانب الثقافي، دور المسجد التاريخي في ذاك الوقت.
الله يعطيك. بعض الترميمات يعني
الترميمات هذه مثل ما قلت احنا ورثنا شيء، قاعد نحاول الآن هذا التحدي مالنا نرجع كثر ما نقدر حسب الصور اللي عندنا احنا موقف بسيط إذا سمح لي البشمهندس ولو اني بعطله. عندنا احد المساجد مثلا في الأحمدي قاعد نسوي له احنا صيانة، فالمسجد ممسوح بالكامل، الأمور كلها طيبة، ما عندنا شيء. فأثناء شغلنا جانا أحد الأهالي مع صورة، يقول هذه صورتي أنا قبل 50 سنة لما كنت مصور عند المسجد. فيورينا الصورة كان خلف يعني الجدار بالكامل مزخرف بالنمنمات وبالفسيفساء وكذا. قلنا له أنت متأكد أن هذا هو المسجد اللي قاعد تتكلم عنه؟ قال هذا مسجدنا، أنا ساكن هنا صار لي أكثر من 50 سنة. بعد ذلك يعني شفنا زاوية التصوير مالته وشيكنا على الطوفة الموجودة. الطوفة الزخرة ما زالت موجودة لكن ممسوحة من خلال أعمال الصيانة السابقة، مسحوها بالكامل لأن كانت الزخرفة الظاهر توديهم شيء ما، فمسحوها بالكامل. كسرنا وحاولنا نعيد المسجد مثل ما كان، وجدنا الزخرفة مثل ما كانت. فالتغييرات هذه احنا قاعد نحاول نعيدها متى ما توفر لنا يعني صورة المسجد القديم أو دليل على وضع المسجد القديم. هو تحدي، ما نقدر نغطي كل شيء، ما نقدر نصلح كل الخلل الموجود، لكن يعني نسدد ونقارب إن شاء الله تعالى. جزاك الله خير.
الله يعطيك. وهي دعوة لإخواننا وأخواتنا في كلية العمارة الاهتمام مسجد السوق الكبير كون نموذج للمساجد التراثية وتطورها في الجانب المعماري.
احنا سنفتح باشمهندس حق كل المجتمع الكويتي، هذا ضمن المحاور اللي تكلموا عنها الإخوان في المشروع، أن كل من عنده دليل، كل من عنده شاهد، كل من عنده شيء. لا احنا قاعد نعتمد على بعض المؤلفات، مؤلف فرد يعني مهما كان جهد الله يجزاه خير في الاستطلاع، لكن يبقى شخص اجتهد. كثير من الناس عندهم يعني لعل الدلائل، عندهم شواهد محتفظين فيها، فاحنا راح ندعوهم ساعتها الى كل من عنده شيء، كل من عنده مساهم يقدمها لنا، واحنا مستعدين نتبناها بعد ما نتاكد من
الله يعطيك
صحتها.
اخر مداخله، في مداخلتين كثرت مداخلات. طيب نبدا بالدكتور شهم.
السلام عليكم. دكتور شهم علوش من جامعه السلطان قابوس. انا نشات في الكويت، والمساجد تشكل يعني جزء لا يتجزا من ذاكرتي، وليس فقط من الذاكره لكن من احساسي وحاجتي للعودة للكويت كل ما تتاح لي الفرصة. بالرغم من أني متخصص في الهندسة المعمارية، لكن سؤالي اقتصادي أكثر. نعرف نحن عالميا الآن التوجه نحو السياحة التراثية مصدر دخل رئيسي لكثير من الدول، والكويت غنية ما شاء الله بمساجد مميزة من ناحية الطراز، لها خصوصية وهوية معينة، زائد بالإضافة إلى المواد المستخدمة. هل في خطة لاستخدام المساجد للترويج السياحي من باب تنويع مصادر دخل الدولة، باعتبار السياحة هي مصدر دخل مستدام على اللونج ران بلس زائد انه هي تعزز هويه الدوله وظهور الدوله على الساحه العالميه اكثر مما هي ظاهره حاليا.
تمام. نجمع المداخلات. تفضل في سؤال ثاني عند نجمعها بعدين.
فيصل البركان.
من
خلال الأوراق اللي بحثت في بعض الأمس واليوم في المؤتمر، كان هناك تركيز على أنه يجب أن نرجع للمجتمع، نربط المجتمع مع المسجد، نأخذ آراء الحي والمكان اللي فيه. من استعراضكم الطيب للمساجد التاريخية في الكويت، نجد أن أغلبها في أسماء العوائل اللي أنشأتها، مسجد العدساني، مسجد الصقر، مسجد البحر. فهذا يدل على أن الأولين كانوا أكثر يعني قربا للمسجد وللعلاقة مع المسجد من الحديثين اللي قاعد يدعون الآن للعودة لها كذلك.
الله يعطيك العافية. أحسنت. الأخت ثم الأخ. تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. اسمي عالية البصمان، طالبة بكلية العمارة. بس حابة أسأل سؤال واحد اللي هو عن مصلى النساء. في مساجد واجد بالكويت ما تعتبر لا يوجد هناك مساحة جيدة لمصلى النساء مثل مسجد سعد بن وقاص الكيفان. هل أنتم قاعد تأخذون بعين الاعتبار مصلى النساء كجزء مهم أو كإكسبيرينس مهم مقارنة بمصلى الرجال؟ فمثلا مصلى الرجال دائما في إطلالة معمارية جميلة جدا، بس مصلى النساء دائما يكون مهمش ومحجوب عن باقي المساحة. شكرا.
واضح. شكرا. المداخلة الأخيرة. أبو محمد فتحت الباب علينا، الله يهديك. تفضل.
السلام عليكم. خالد الفالح يعطيكم العافية.
حياك الله.
بخصوص العمارة الطينية في الكويت والمساجد اللي بنيت وفقا لهذا النمط اللي هو العمارة الطينية، أنا لا أعلم تاريخيا متى دخل الطابوق الإسمنتي، لكن أنا أعلم أن في سنة الهدامة في 1934 لجأ الكويتيين إلى استخدام الطابوق الإسمنتي على أساس يحمون بيوتهم من لا سمح الله هدامة أخرى. السؤال بخصوص المساجد التراثية، هل دون التاريخ أن هناك مساجد مثلا هدمت بسبب هذه الهدامة؟ هل تم ترميم هذه المساجد عن طريق استخدام الطابوق الإسمنتي؟ السؤال، هل يوجد الآن في الكويت ضمن المباني أو المساجد التراثية هذه من لا زالت تحافظ على نمط العمارة الطينية كما يعني عهدناه في السابق، ولا هذا النمط أزيل؟ أخيرا، كونكم أنتم مهتمين بصيانة التراث، هل هناك ورش ممكن تقدم بخصوص كيفية بناء المباني التراثية حسب أنظمة البناء التقليدية؟ وشكرا لكم، يعطيكم العافية.
الله يعطيك العافية. أسئلة جميلة. نبدأ بأول اللي هو السياحة، إذا يجاوب السياحة عندك تفضل. بس بسرعة الله يرضى عليكم، باقي دقيقتين، نبي أسرع ما يمكن.
طبعا بخصوص موضوع السياحة الداخلية وأن تكون المساجد من ضمن خطة لهذا الأمر، احنا مؤخرا طبعا نشكر وزارة الأوقاف ووكيلها سيد فريد أسد عمادي والوكيل المساعد مسؤول عن قطاع المساجد سيد بدر العتيبي، كذلك الإخوان جميعا في وزارة الأوقاف على طبعا تشكيل لجنة بعد مبادرة قدمت من عدة أطراف منها الجمعية الكويتية للتراث في أن نسوي مشروع الحفاظ على المساجد وترميمها بالطريقة الصحيحة، وكذلك جعل في كل مسجد من المساجد التراثية متحف وشاشات إلكترونية، بحيث أن أي زائر يريد أي معلومات عن هذا المسجد ما يحتاج أنه يرجع إلى كتاب الأستاذ عدنان الرومي أو يرجع إلى الإنترنت أو يرجع إلى وزارة الأوقاف، بحيث أنه يجد كل المعلومات اللي يحتاجها داخل المسجد من خلال تاريخ التأسيس، أسماء الواقفين، أسماء الأئمة، مؤسس المسجد، الوقفيات، صور قديمة للمسجد. فهذا إن شاء الله طبعا مشروع ضخم، ومعنا طبعا في هذا المشروع كذلك استعنا في كلية العمارة ومثلهم طبعا دكتور محمد الجسار ولا كسورا بالآخرين، ويعني إن شاء الله بدينا اجتماعاتنا وأخذنا مثل ما تفضل الأستاذ عبد الله الحتيتي المطيري في أنه يكون مسجد السوق نموذج إن شاء الله راح نبدي فيه، وبعدين راح ننتقل إلى المساجد الأخرى، وراح يكون في بروشورات وتعريفية عن المساجد. فهناك خطة من وزارة الأوقاف، وحقيقة خطة جادة فعلا في هذا الأمر، في جعل المساجد يعني جزء من هذه السياحة الداخلية، والدليل تشكيل هذه اللجنة ويعني مباشرتها لأعمالها. أنا بس عندي نقطة، بس الأخ السنافي خالد السنافي أستاذ
طابق الإسمنتي
خالد السنافي قال لنا الهدامة، طبعا الهدامتين، الهدامة الأولى 34 ما تم إعادة بناء البيوت والمساجد والمباني التاريخية بالإسمنت، ما دخل بذاك الوقت، لكن الهدامة الثانية اللي هي 54 فعلا يعني تم استخدام الإسمنت والطوب والمواد الأخرى.
هل يمكن العودة للطين أبو عبد العزيز؟
شلون؟
هل يمكن العودة لبناء المساجد الطينية؟
العودة لها لا طبعا، لأنها ما هي مستدامة، يعني في النهاية ما تصلح حق الوضع الحالي، لكن ممكن نخلي مثل موديل. يعني احنا أحد الأنشطة الجانبية اللي ممكن احنا نسويها في مسجد السوق الكبير، حنسوي مثل النشاط للأطفال عشان شلون يصنعون الصناعات القديمة، مثل اللبن ما اللبن اللي شلون يسوونه، لتعريفهم بالمواد اللي كانت راكبة قبل، لكن استخدامها الحين ما تصلح. يعني ممكن نسوي موديل معين مجسم صغير، لكن تبني مبنى بالكامل ما أظن.
آخر إضافة في مصلى النساء عند أبو محمد المصباح. أنت اللي أثرته وأنت تضيف، الله يرضى عليك.
مصلى النساء.
فالأخت تسأل عن مصلى النساء.
أنا ذكرت بالسابق المساجد طبعا صغيرة يا الله تكفي الرجال، والنساء بذاك الوقت ما يخرجون من بيتهم يعني إلا نادرا، لكن توسع وعدد السكاني في فترة الأربعينات والمجتمع النساء بدأوا يعني يدرسون خارج الكويت ويرجعون خريجات وغيرها شيء، فبدت المدارس النظامية توسعت، افتحوا المدارس للبنات، فكل هذا يساعد أن المساجد تتوسع عقب مثل ما نقول رشة النفط. بالسابق كان اعتماد الأهالي واعتماد دائرة الأوقاف، لكن النفط وتصدير النفط ساعد، وهدم المساجد سنة الهدامة ساعد أنه يعيدون بناء المساجد مع التوسعة والحرص على النساء.
طيب،
والجانب آخر
بس عشان سؤالها على المساحات، أبو عبد العزيز في عندك معيار على المساحات؟ يعني كل 10% مصلى النساء بناء على الوظيفة.
أنت تتكلم الآن عن المساجد الحديثة.
تقول سؤال الأخت تقول
أنا بس أرجع إذا سمحت لي المساجد
الحديثة. أجل نأجل سؤالها مع المهندس ناصر مع المعايير أحسن في مسألة سؤالها على المساجد الحديثة وليس التراثية.
مهندس سالم،
تمام.
موضوع عدم وجود المصليات نساء في المساجد القديمة هذه نقطة مهمة جدا، وهذه أحد النقاط اللي احنا قاعد نتكلم عنها. يا جماعة الخير، المساجد التراثية هي نافذة على التاريخ، نافذة توريك كيف كان المجتمع الكويتي قبل. هذا هو المحفز للدراسات الاجتماعية، للدراسات الهندسية الغيرة، يعني مجالات كبيرة كان ممكن نستفيد منها بوجود مساجد تراثية. يعني ما نحتاج أن نبرر شيء، لكن هذه معلومة موجودة. ليش؟ هذه دراسة كاملة ممكن تتم، هذه حتعبر عن طبيعة المجتمع الكويتي في ذاك الوقت. هل النساء كانوا يروحون المساجد؟ ليش ما كانوا يروحون المساجد؟ هل والله بس مثل بسبب السعة فقط، ولا طبيعة المجتمع كانت كذي، ولا هذه مجالات ابحاث كبيرة جدا. هذا يعني جزء من روعة وأهمية المساجد التراثية في الكويت، هي نافذة على التاريخ، توريك كيف كانت الكويت قبل 3 قرون، كيف كانت الكويت من تأسيسها. هذا اللي يعطينا أهمية المساجد التراثية. هذا مبحث مهم جدا، ممكن جامعة الكويت بكلياتها المختلفة تقدر تبحث في المجال هذا ويفيدونا جزاهم الله خير.
الله يعطيكم العافية. باسمي وباسم اخواني الكرام نشكر جائزة الفوزان، ونشكر جامعة الكويت كلية العمارة، ونشكر جميع المنظمين لهذا المؤتمر. والآن يتفضل الدكتور محمد الجسار لإكمال الجزء الثاني في المساجد الحديثة في الكويت.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أدعو المعماري أستاذ ناصر والمعماري أستاذ عبد اللطيف للحضور ويانا. الآن يعني بعد استماعنا للمحاضرات عن المساجد التاريخية وأهميتها وأهمية الحفاظ عليها، وهذا جزء يعني لا يتجزأ من عملية الحفاظ على الهوية بس راح ننظر إلى كيفية الانتقال من المساجد التاريخية التي كانت مرآة لوقتها وزمانها، وننظر إلى المساجد الحديثة التي هي مرآة لوقتنا وزماننا. احنا لا نستطيع أن نترك الماضي، ولكن لا نستطيع أن نقلد الماضي في كل شيء. وأعتقد هذه أهمية الورشة هذه، أنها تدمج بين الماضي وأهمية الحفاظ عليه، والحاضر وأهمية يعني مواكبة التطور من الناحية المعمارية ومن ناحية الهوية المعمارية للمساجد. طبعا هذه الجلسة ستكون أيضا بالإنجليزي لأتاحت الفرصة لإخواننا المتحدثين باللغة الإنجليزية، وأعتقد أكثرهم الآن خارج القاعة، فآمل أنهم يرجعون أيضا. المتحدث الأول I'll be introducing the first presenter for today. He's the architect Nasser Khreibet. He's the Deputy Director General for the Planning and Design in Architecture and one of the leaders in transforming new city development in Kuwait into smart, sustainable and vibrant communities that are based on real economic bases and job creation opportunities, which are done on a clear strategic roadmap. With that, I'd like to ask Mr. Nasser to come and give the presentation. And number one. Okay.
تبغونه بالانجليزي؟ لا الانجليزي. Thank you very much. First of all, a brief introduction for our, guests from outside of Kuwait. The Public Authority for Housing Welfare, we are a government entity that is in charge of building new cities and towns. So we build complete communities. We build all of the infrastructure, roads, electric, sanitary, all of the networks. We build all of the social infrastructure, which is schools, supermarkets, police stations. We have more than 30 different typologies, including mosques. And we build all of the residential houses, whether it's houses, empty plots, or apartments. So that being said, more focusing on the mosques, I'm going to be talking from a different perspective. I'm going to talk from a macro, from a planning perspective, because of the variety of mosques. So instead of going into each mosque and the design philosophy. Of course, the overall guideline of Kuwait from a planning point of view is the master plan. This is something that we pride ourselves in, is that we are one of the first countries in the world that have master plans from the 50s. And every 5 years we make a revision. Now we have the fourth master plan, which is 2040. Of course, this is done by Kuwait municipality, and it coordinates with all of the relevant authorities. And it looks at it from the macro all the way to the micro, and how the units of whether it's from regional or all the way to the planning units are. Of course, these are just the different type of densities from T1 to T6. This is we're talking about if it's rural, if it's medium density, high density, and with each density you have different kind of criteria of design and planning. Again, this is the different road typologies and the different densities. The main, units. The smallest unit is the LFU, which is the local facility unit. This is not set by us as public authority. This is in the master plan. This is what the umbrella of the whole country that guides us from a technical point of view. The local facility, this includes around 300 to 400 houses. You're talking about a mosque, the local mosque, a park, and some, shops. 3 or 4 of that unit, you would have the larger unit, which is the neighborhood facility unit. Again, you're talking about a higher level, then you're talking about the supermarket, the police stations, نسميها المنطقة بالعربي أو هذيك القطعة. Sorry, I'm going in Arabic, but this is going to a town level. And then 3 or 4 or more of those towns we're talking about the district facility unit, and you're talking about a city level. And with the city level, you start introducing more of commercial areas, industrial areas, and so. And of course, 3 or 4 of those districts, you're talking about a region. And you're talking about now northern region, southern region. So this is, and with each, I guess, size of unit, you have a different type of usages and codes and criteria of planning. So zooming more about mosques, you have the smallest type, which is the small mosque, which is 400 square meter. This is something that is done more or less in the newer areas, not so much in our projects. We start from the local mosque, which is around the land is 3,000 square meter, and it has all of the different amenities. Of course, it has separate and nicely designed women areas, separate housing for the imam and the muaddin, and separate area for the ablution. And of course, the larger one is the main mosque. Of course, we're not doing those anymore because the unit typology was changed. There was a different typology, so there was the main mosque. Now there is the major mosque. This is one in each town center. The major mosque, this is one in Pernambuco. There's a large mosque. This is up to 1,500, I guess, the capacity of it. And then you have the Islamic center, one per city, and it's not only a mosque, it's a large mosque. This has, Quran recital areas, this has teaching areas, and so it's a lot. Sometimes has Amiri Diwan area and has some maybe small museum or so. So this is more of an Islamic center, and the mosque is part of it. Just to show, this is one of our cities, Al-Mutla city. If we're talking about the mosque distribution, again, there is codes and criteria that is in the master plan between us and the Ministry of Awqaf, which is the distance between each mosque and what is the maximum walking distance, which is, from your residence until the unit, 250 meter, as much as possible, the walking distance. So it would be, I guess, pleasant and not too far, especially with our arid weather during the 6 months of the summer. So if we're talking about one of our towns in Al-Mutla city, this is a whole city, 100 square kilometers. This is a large city. In one neighborhood, we have around 12 local mosques, and then one major mosque that covers it. This is in the center. And then this is an 11, which you're showing, and then one Islamic center that covers it. This is the thinking behind the hierarchy of the planning units of mosque designs, our planning. Again, the local mosque, whether it's depending on which T or tier of planning, sometimes it's within the block, sometimes within non-residential areas. This is how we have to deal about it, whether it's local or major with parking or so. These are some of our, I guess, mosque typologies. This is the local mosque. And we have, again, in that city, we have around more than 110. And we have hundreds of those already built. This is just one that's already constructed and built. This is the local mosque. This is another local mosque, another type. Again, because of the sheer size of our projects, this is one city that I've focused on. We have a lot of cities that we are building and designing. So we have a lot of building typologies and a lot of different variations of designs of each building. So this is another design of a local mosque. This is a main mosque, just a design. It was not built, but this was a design. This is a major mosque. We have dozens of those already built. And this is quite massive. Even the cost of it, this mosque costs around, in US dollars, around $4 million US. This is quite massive of a mosque. And we have dozens of those already constructed. This is, again, a new type. Already we're tendering in Al-Mutla city, main mosque, a major mosque. This is another design of a major mosque in which we have, I guess, looked at not only the building itself, but have, I guess, a unique perspective in looking at the building with the whole neighborhood center. Basically, the neighborhood center, this includes the supermarket, the mosque, there is the local municipality, there is the civic buildings, and there is some shops, there is, I guess, like 13 different buildings. Instead of looking at each building from a different perspective, from a different design, look at it all as one unit to have one theme, each building with its own different designs, but there is one theme that's gathering it. And the urban design aspect in which, the walkways and the greenery and the trash design, the signage, and so the path, the even bike paths and walking paths, to make the experience going to the supermarket or going to the town center a pleasant experience. This is something, and of course, this is something that we pride ourselves is that since 2017 until now, all of the buildings that we build, especially the mosques, all have solar panels that covers up to 20% of the consumption of energy regarding those mosques. Now we already tendered those designs. Hopefully within a few months we'll start construction of those designs. And each design, we have a lot of different elevations, so we have variations of each town design and its own unique identity. This is another design of the major mosque for another city. Now this is the next level, which is an Islamic center. This is even bigger because it's not only a mosque. This has classrooms for Quran recitals. It has areas for, I guess, meetings, for, like a mini theater, area for like a small duania for if His Highness the Emir would have, I guess, a guest, and so on. So this is a quite massive, again, even the expected cost is around $100 million. This is quite massive. This is another Islamic center, which even costs even more. The design is finished. Those tiny dots are people, just to show the size of that mosque. This is the Islamic Center in Sabah Al-Ahmed city. And hopefully we're coordinating with the Ministry of Awqaf regarding the construction of it. I think now, because of the cost of it, I think the expected cost is around maybe $200 million. I think something like that. So that's quite massive. But again, I think the cost made the government, reevaluate. I think I'm going to reevaluate whether we should proceed or not. So this is something, we've completed the design and hoping that we build it. This building, this, I guess, this is 7 buildings under one roof. There is this I guess, crescent that covers separate buildings. So this is something that, I guess, if we talk about the detail of a design, it's a unique design. Hopefully I've shed some light from a macro perspective, and I leave my colleague to talk more about detailing on the design philosophy of, I guess, more from a micro or from an architectural point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Nasser Khreibet, for this presentation about the some of the upcoming mosques in Kuwait. Our next presenter is Architect Abdullatif Al Mishari. Abdullatif Al Mishari is a practicing architect and principal at the Associated Architects Partnership. It's a practice based in Kuwait and Portugal and operates in several other countries. Abdullatif was an active member of Kuwait 2035 Vision Committee and the Supreme Council of Planning and Development of the State of Kuwait. He serves as an advisor at the Council of Ministers and is a board member at Al Shahid Park. Abdullatif earned his Bachelor in Architecture from the University of Southern California and his Master's in Architecture from the Graduate School of Design at Harvard. With that, I'd like to introduce Architect Abdullatif.
يعطيك العافية دكتور محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نشكركم على الدعوة الكريمة أن نقدم بعض الأفكار اللي عندنا كمعماريين كويتيين practicing بالكويت. I'm going to switch now to English حق بعض الحضور إنه يفهم الكونتنت بطريقة أفضل. We've decided to call the presentation جوامع. إذا في فكرة معينة, if there's one clear idea that we would like to bring about, is the different meanings of mosques in different contexts. Meaning, the mosque does not have one function and one meaning that gets repeated everywhere. If we look at the different contexts in different places, they produce different types of mosques. And I think this is, if anything, this is the main idea that I would like to explain a little bit more. My presentation will not focus on the form of the mosque, on the aesthetics of the mosques. On the contrary, and this is something that I was very gladly heard from His Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Salman, on going beyond the forms of mosques. So here we're going to be talking about certain ideas, snippets, I have 15 minutes, of how the mosque could be something that goes beyond the building and starts interacting with the urbanity of the cities. So the first idea is the mosque as an infrastructure. I was very happy to see the presentation of my colleagues who went before me. When we speak about mosques, traditional mosques specifically in Kuwait, we cannot separate that from the development of the city itself and the functioning of the city itself and the need of the city itself. Meaning, our traditional mosques are beautiful and they should not be demolished. And the efforts being done by Awqaf are great efforts, and we'd like to know more about them so that we can be part of them. However, we need to be very careful as to not to start replicating these mosques in different areas and conditions where they might not belong in these contexts. So understanding the context is paramount. The mosques were very much integrated in our daily lives. ما كان المسجد مرة بعيد عن حياتي. على خلاف, on the contrary to how we've developed our contemporary city, the modern city, which Mr. Nasser shed more light on, and I will be speaking about later. So the mosques should be, in my point of view, if I'm an architect practicing, creating a mosque, it should be intertwined with my daily life, right? أقيم أنا حياتي, I see how I live, and I see how the mosque could be an integrative part of my daily life. So this is المسجد الكبير بالسوق. Again, it's part of the سوق. أنا ما أقدر أشيل هالمسجد من هالمكان أحطه بمكان ثاني. هو بهالمكان لأنه كان في a certain function واحتياج and a need, my apologies, for this specific mosque. A very interesting idea or a notion that I heard today from Mr. Fahad Abdul Jalil, Jazakallah khair, the intertwining of mosques and our personal selves went to the level of the minaret being shaped similar to Bayt al-Ghanim, right? This is a sense of personal intertwining of our most basic unit of development, which is a home, with a mosque. Again, I'm stressing on these points because in my point of view, in the contemporary city, we started detaching away from the mosques themselves. This is one of the images where modernization started happening in Kuwait. The reason why I place this is because we see the contemporary city on the right, the organic older city on the left, the historic city, and the mosque sitting in between almost in an undefined manner. جردناه من معاني بوجهة نظري كملت هذه الأشياء in our contemporary city إن تشيل المسجد ومعانيه وعلاقتي معاه وبالحي وشلون أمشي له وشلون أصلي فيه ومع منو أجتمع بالمسجد. نفس الفكرة ليش سميناها جوامع. الحين أنا ببين أفكار، أنا أدري عندي إخوان من وزارة الأوقاف، تعاملت معاكم كثير. هذه ليست أفكار يعني كيفية سموح، أنا قاعد أحول بالعربي والإنجليزي. These are not ideas specifically on how to construct a mosque. These are ideas of how to respond to different contexts. اليوم أنا شجاع. Today I'm brave because of كلمة الدكتور مشاري النعيم وكلمة سمو الأمير سلطان بن سلمان on shifting the paradigm. So us as contemporary architects, sometimes we go head to head with what culture and tradition mean. We don't usually do that. We're actually very much integrated in the functions of the city, and we'd like to have better relationships with these infrastructures, most importantly the mosque. And then we're left with these type of situations where the mosque is physically detached from its surroundings. مسجد الشملان الكل يعرفه بالديرة. So when it came as an opportunity for us to give ideas, broad ideas on constructing 30 mosques بمدينة صباح الأحمد البحرية. This is a city that was under construction, meaning ما حد يسكنها. هذا المشروع كان قبل عدة سنوات، فما كان في, there wasn't the density of people who are living there now. And someone approached us about creating an idea of how I can start populating 30 mosques in that area. هني نشوف مدينة الخيران وشلون كبرت in terms of infrastructure. فكرتنا الأساسية أن نستخدم أماكن المساجد to instigate change and life in the city that had no life. The city had barely any infrastructure of social, cultural, or economic. We've used the platforms of the mosques to instigate temporary or more permanent events within these enclaves that connected the city and created in unison an event. It created a partial city out of something that was under construction. So here we've looked at the mosque as an infrastructure, meaning we've developed several infrastructural nodes, things related to water, air, creating a climate. Some of the mosque would be open air because there wouldn't be the need to actually build a mosque. It is a mosque that evolves with time. As the city grows, the need for the mosques changes. So fikrat, the idea of having the platform function as a place that can grow with the city. We took these enclaves, we've provided infrastructural elements of water and air and electricity, and created different events that could happen there in congruence to Salat. For prayer, of course, it's the underpinning principle why people commune here, why people come here. However, between prayers, the space could be used for different types of events. As we can see in the background, the mosque gradually comes together in accordance to the need of the mosque to become more permanent. Coming closer to the city, these are the diagrams that architect Nasser has described earlier of the contemporary city and of how we create our different zoning. Modernist planning is about separating functions, and so we can see the mosque is at the center of this formula. However, it's always sitting by itself. Not sure. الليزر ما يبين بس نشوف بعض المساجد هني seen more of as a separated part of the area. The second idea is the mosque as a kit of parts, which is closer to the one we did above. When we realized the project that you've seen earlier, we've developed the building as a kit of parts, and we start designing it in different configurations to fit different sites. What's interesting is the configurations that could be done here could fit many different possibilities. The person who commissioned this mosque placed this mosque as waqf that could be used all over the world, to be used to develop any type of mosque in any country. The last idea is the mosque as a city. The mosque as an integral part of many other components. I would like to thank here Sheikha Hissa Sabah for allowing us to share this content with you. It was a competition that we've bid for Sheikh Nasser's Islamic Center, Hissa Al-Mubarak. The center takes the southern west tip of Hissa Al-Mubarak. You have two major streets. And then we have an inner street that comes to the site. Some of the sketches that we've done and ideas, since it sits on a very busy street, we wanted the mosque to be quite private from the main streets, and then quietly and in a more sensitive way carve out the centers to create a public zone where different things could mix. Thinking about the section of developing the mosque was very important. The site was not huge, and we had many different components to place within the plot. So thinking of the mosque in a sectional way was one of the things that we've tackled. These are the earlier models that we've done to start experimenting with our ideas. And as you could see, it's an amalgamation of buildings and components, and it's not about the centrality of one building. From one of the most important things was the human scale in this. So we had about 5,500 square meters of a perimeter of a city that we believed could be part in connecting different areas that are surrounding Hissa Al-Mubarak. So not only thinking of the visitor of the mosque, but also thinking of the passerby and how they go through this property, how it could be a connector between different elements. So shades, hallways, intimacy, things that take you out from the main street into these different areas. دكتور قاعد تأشر لي؟ هذه آخر سلايد، بس حبيت أبين من الخارج على الشوارع الرئيسية. It's a very solid, bold building, almost acts as a perimeter. And from the inside, it opens up to very serene places. And then the center of it is actually a public space. أنا بس في فيديو تعريفي إذا ممكن نشغله على السنتر. شكرا جزيلا. في صوت ترى، ما في صوت. في
Okay. I would like to first thank our two presenters. And we're going to have about maybe 10 minutes of questions and answers, but please, we'll make the questions short to accommodate for the other lectures that are going on right now. So I see one question here. I don't know where the microphone, and then we have second question here. And then we have a third. So we have three questions. But at the mic, I don't know who the coordinators, if there's a mic that we can circulate. Staff, if there's a mic we can circulate, I would really appreciate that. And I think, if I may, for all lectures, I think we should always have a mic that is available for circulation as Q&A. This is very important. I'm still waiting for the mic. Doctora, just come here. For some reason, the mic is not available. Very unfortunate.
يعطيك العافية. يعطيك العافية مهندس ناصر. عندي سؤال بخصوص ال 250 meters اللي هي distance between the residential units والmosque. أنا when I looked at GSAS, I don't know if you're familiar مع GSAS. It's like a rating system similar to LEED, but developed by GCC countries, customized حق الGulf countries, يعني دول الخليج. Their proximity to amenities recommended up to 1,000 meter, including اللي هو places of worship. I wonder about the 250 meters. How was that calculated? The other question I have, if you have the mosque for the neighborhood 3,000 square meter, and it's serving a radius of 250 meters, did you calculate how many units, and then assuming that only the head of the household, the اللي هو المale, is going to be walking to the mosque to pray, do we need 3,000 square meter for each mosque, assuming that from one mosque to another is 500 meters? And then the other question to Al-Muhandis Abdullatif, the last image بالrendering, بالanimation, shows the mosque exposed to sunlight, direct solar radiation. And most of the proposals for the Jami', they are within a context of an urban development, but they are not attached. There's a distance between them and then the buildings surrounding them, which means that they are exposed to solar radiation from all orientation, which means you are gaining a lot of heat, and you have to counter that heat through cooling systems, mechanical cooling. And issue of sustainability and conserving energy is a big topic now we have in Kuwait. So is there a reason why these mosques are sort of like a standalone structure? Can we attach them to, like Muhandis Nasser showed, that it's part of this complex of the co-op, the clinic, whatever the context of that neighborhood, that can we نلصقهم في بعض, like attach them so that we minimize solar radiation and unnecessary heat gain for the next part of our buildings with diminishing resources and problem of energy. Shukran.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dalal. Excellent questions. I think I'll answer question 1, 2, and partially 3. Regarding the 500-meter distances, this is the code set by Ministry of Awqaf that we have to stick by it. So, regarding the major mosque, that is the size of it, and there is a complex calculation formulas and studies that we do based on the demographics and what is the actual needs of public facilities, including mosques, and how much the males, females, children, house workers, and so all of it's calculated. And I think and based on those, it's not as simple as cutting cake. Maybe that drawing did show it, but it's not. Based on the demographic detailed analysis that we do on projections, because at the end there are some projections of population ramp up that we do design and build accordingly. Now, whether we need or not, I think this is the everlasting debate that I'm having between me, the Kuwait municipality, and our colleagues and Minister of Awqaf, because as much as you're saying that 500 is too much, we get dozens and dozens of requests of mosques that, although from a code point of view, it's covered, between distance between mosques around 500 meters, and still we have dozens of people that want houses closer, although it's close to their homes. So that's the challenge. So my I guess question, or my not question actually, debate with our colleagues at Awqaf is that we do need to revisit the 500, whether it's to increase it or decrease it or change the typologies of the mosque. I think this is something that we still I guess it's not settled, but I do agree. At certain areas, those mosques, whether it's local or major, are full. Definitely Ramadan, all of them are full, but in certain times, probably they're not. But I think it varies between area to area. And regarding to have it as one building, I think there is part of it is because it's waqf, it's something that it's given, and it has its own sanctity. So even the mosque itself, we have tried as much as possible to isolate the residents. Inside the mosque, there is a residence for the imam, and it's a separate building. And the ablution, it's another separate building. We're trying to make it that sanctity, and to make it as one building. Yes, it might, cover part of that, I guess, radiation part or so, but it will create other problems regarding, sharing of responsibility of maintenance, municipal coding and zoning, and why is this building as one, who's the owner, who's doing the maintenance, which is more complex. I think with the new technology and new building methodology and with the using of solar, yes, there might be that issue, but we can mitigate it by using certain building tectonics or building materials.
The first question is about the glazing on the southwest facade, اللي هي المحراب. We specifically placed that in a place that's lower than the ground. It's a protected area. We're working with natural ventilation and natural vegetation to even close up all that facade that faces the sun, that specific exposure. I do know that in many of the current codes from Awqaf and municipality, the preference is always to close up that facade because of the issues of electrical loads. We've placed it in a very specific way as to try to reduce as much as possible what you've just mentioned in regards to unsustainable use of electricity. And there are technical issues to it. There are shades that come down, there is certain fritting. So it's not only the passive solutions that we've provided for that, but it provides a very important architectural component within the project. As you ascend below ground, we call it a lower ground, it's not a basement, it gives you a certain level of sanctity that we thought this specific feature, if done right, and if it doesn't have an adverse effect on what you mentioned, could add dramatically to that. There is one thing about mosques. The more I speak about mosques, the more I research mosques, the more أحس إن أنا ناقص, the more I feel إن the thing is incomplete. لأن again كلمة جوامع تعني أشياء متفرقة ومعاني كثيرة. When you ask the questions, لما سألتنا, can we attach the mosque to the co-op? It's yes and no, depending on the situation, right? اليوم أنا بالكويت, what governs me is this guy. ترى أقوى من البلدية. الإسكان مع قانون 113 أقوى من البلدية. دولة داخل دولة, مو الحرير دولة داخل دولة. Which means إن they have the DNA of where and how we live. اللي أنا بينتها ما تطرقت إليها كثير is the KCU, the Kindergarten Center Unit. It stipulates a way of development where the mosque is, where the co-op is, كل شيء. فاليوم إذا بطرح السؤال, I need to revisit the KCU.
right?
It was revisit now.
I-
It's LFU now.
I'd like to. I'm getting a signal from the higher authorities to end the session because there's also parallel sessions going on at the same time. So if I may suggest, by the way, the parallel sessions already starting from at A and B. But if you have questions for our guests, please stick around and you are welcome to ask the question. But I just would like to officially end the session here so that whoever needs to go to the next session can do so. I'm going to stick around, and I'm sure our guests can stick around for a couple of minutes. يعطيكم العافية. Would that be good? Okay. So, إذا تبي
for the country. On the far right, I have an infographic from the Pew Research Center. And it's kind of interesting if you look at it, because people were asked to rank their feelings about different religious communities on a scale from 0 being negative to 100 being most positive. And overall, Muslim communities ranked below atheists, which was very surprising to people. So this suggests a very serious need for some public education and outreach and some positive information. Also, in my own work, as I mentioned, I'm an anthropologist, and I've worked in many different countries in that kind of introduction. We mentioned a few. I noticed in 2009, 2010, when I would go and speak about my work in India, for example, my American audiences, by and large, would have more questions about American mosques and American Muslim communities than they would necessarily about India. So actually, at one of my public lectures, I handed out a set of index cards, and I asked people to write some anonymous questions to me that they wanted answered about Muslims. And some of them really were very shocking in the biases and misconceptions that they presented about Muslims. Nothing, I think, makes people sort of perform hatred as much as being given the chance to have anonymous comments put somewhere, right, unfortunately. But, you know, some of them were quite fascinating to me, and one of them really struck me because the person asked, why are they so different? And you know, this is the question that so many people ask about others, right? the self and the other. Why is the other person so different? And you can hear that question around the world about other people. So that to me suggested that there needed to be a little bit more communication. And there were also a lot of positive questions that I received from people. So people would ask, you know, do Islamic centers in the US have a national organization? What do American Muslims do to promote their image within the country? How do they have outreach programs? Can we go on a field trip to a mosque? That was one of the questions someone wrote down. And I saw a real interest and a real desire to learn more from many people. At the same time that was going on with these sort of negative factors about Islamophobia in the United States, we also have positive factors for the need for more studies about mosque communities. One of those is the growth of mosques in the United States. According to this particular estimate, you can see that it's grown quite considerably. I can't see the numbers from this angle, but this is a little bit old. The 2020 version actually found that there's 2,769 mosques. So this number continues to grow. And of course, when Dr. Garipur was talking about 3.6 million mosques, I realized this is a small drop in this global scale that we're talking about, but I think it's important from the American perspective. You know, in 2017, there were about 3.45 million Muslims in the United States. They only constitute about 1.1% of the overall country's population, but they are overrepresented in many fields, in particular in professional fields, in education. They are often well-educated and have this sort of public personas that are very important to our communities. And so I felt like more people needed to know about this. So this has formed many of my goals for this project, including the public education and the anthropological study, where I'm exploring the mosque as an American institution and its history and why it's important, as well as the challenges that people face that I think are particularly American in nature in American mosques. On the website, the public education factor comes into these sort of blog posts where I do walkthroughs of mosques and give links to explain particular pieces. So, you know, this is familiarizing some of these sacred spaces and the practices associated with it. This is minbar, this is qibla, and there are links that can show people what to do. And then also I take some of those questions that people have and I interview imams at different mosques and ask the imams to comment on it and help us understand. And so those interviews are published on the website to give people a better viewpoint. So here's one of the mosques. Actually, this is the one associated with this interview on this blog post. The Islamic Society of Niagara Frontier has Masjid an-Nur. It's a combined mosque and Islamic center, as you'll see, and we can walk into it through the front gate. we see what, as we've said, could be thought of as the universalist approach, is a very nondescript building. One of the people in this community described it as a country club approach. They wanted it to look like a country club so that it was warm and inviting and fit in with the environment. When you walk in, you have a central hallway, and on the left side is the prayer room, and on the right side are a lot of these other types of rooms. So go back a bit. This is the main prayer room, and you can see many of the sort of basic features that one would expect. And then on the right side are some of these social uses that I spoke about before. So a gym, there's also a place for preparing dead bodies. This is very important to the community. They only recently had their own space for this and an associated graveyard. And then outside there is a lot of social spaces. So it's, there's a basketball court where kids can get together and play, and there's parking spaces and so on and so forth. So just giving these types of walkthroughs to the public, by and large, a lot of Americans, non-Muslim Americans specifically, when I spoke with them about mosques, felt very hesitant and even scared to visit a mosque. They felt like this wasn't a place where they would feel welcome or comfortable walking in. So just providing these types of walkthroughs, it seems very simplistic, but I think a lot of people can't even imagine walking up to it as non-Muslims. But the other part of this study, as I said, is situating within American histories, because we do have what I like to tell American audiences is a long history of Muslims in the United States. But then again, listening to histories here, I know that the history is very short in the United States compared to the time frames we've been talking about for many other places. So I really begin this with talking about a community in Iowa, which is in the Midwest, that's associated with the history of early 20th century or late 19th century immigration of peoples from what's now Syria, Jordan, Palestine, and Lebanon to the area. And there was a growing community there that built what's called the Mother Mosque in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And the Mother Mosque is a very interesting building because this historically was actually a space that was built as a community center for these immigrants, which included both Christian and Muslim immigrants from these countries. So they began at this building by first building it together and sharing it for a short time until they had the funds necessary to build a second site that was an Orthodox Christian church for the community. So the Christian and the Muslim community worked together to build these two buildings for themselves, but very much cooperated during the process. And it was in use for a very long time, but when the newer building, the Islamic Center on the bottom, was built in 1971, it actually was sold and fell into disrepair, but then later bought back by the community and revitalized, refurbished, and now it's a cultural center and a library. So the history of this community obviously is quite interesting. And there's been a lot of renewed interest in it as Muslims throughout the country see this as an important part of their historical connection to the development of the United States and histories of immigration within the US. It's caused other sites, such as one nearby in North Dakota, to be rebuilt. And this is actually a site that was supposedly older than the Ross site, but had fallen into disrepair and was destroyed. And this was just rebuilt by the descendants of the original Muslims who lived in the area. This is an interesting mosque to me because it's really a secular space. It's called a mosque, but it's put there just as a historical marker for the mosque that was there. People don't pray in this mosque, but it's there to recognize the ancestors that had used it and to whom it was very important. When I'm talking about histories of the United States and Muslims in the United States, I also like to remember and remind my audiences that there were many enslaved peoples brought to the United States in the past who were Muslim, and really rewrite some of our histories. So we have some landings. If you see the sign up there, it says this is the site of first exploration by the white man, it says on the sign. But we can rewrite this Euro-American history of conquest for a more nuanced, diverse history, recognizing that there was an individual known as Estevancio, who was part of the 1528 landing in here, and someone earlier in the in the conference mentioned that the mosque doesn't have a form. You can even pray under a tree. And that comment got me thinking that if this is perhaps where one of these very early Muslims came to the United States, that maybe we can think of this as an early mosque site, right? This mound that he might have prayed on in this place where he landed. There are several documented enslaved persons who are part of the Muslim history of the United States. One of them that I find very interesting is an individual called Ben Ali, or Bilali, as he's commonly called, Muhammad, and he is associated with a community on Sapelo Island in Georgia. They have a very early Baptist church in the area, and the descendants of this particular man, there's a woman named Cornelia Bailey, and Bailey is a change from Ben Ali. It became Bailey over time in this family, and she wrote a book about her ancestors being Muslim and this particular church, and she wrote, when freedom came, Bilali's children and grandchildren formed the first African Baptist church. Some of them would still have been Muslim and some were likely Christians by then, but they wanted to go to church together. So they patched up things and they used Muslim traditions with a Christian church. And this is a really interesting idea, right? We were talking about, how can you have a space that might be more than just for one religion? According to Cornelia Bailey, they had tried to actually orient the church towards Mecca. They had this idea that it was supposed to be towards the east and they should pray towards the east, so they tried to orient it towards the east. They also had rules in the early version of the church where people had to take their shoes off, cover their heads, and pray towards the east when they went into the church. So it's an interesting hybrid history there. These histories are very important to American Muslims in the contemporary period, and that particular historical site that I just showed you is very nearby this masjid in Savannah, Georgia, which is Masjid Jihad. This is, again, in the very short scale of American mosque history, is considered a historical mosque because the present location began in 1974. So I know that's not too long, but it's an interesting building. The earlier picture that I have is from the early 1980s, and the later picture from 2015. The community that worships here is very interested in the local history of Islam and Muslims in the United States, and so actually have a museum upstairs in the masjid building where they have a collection of historical documents, historical items, all of these types of things. And this, to me, shows the significance of having a history and thinking about Muslim American history for this community as they bring together some of their ideas about what it means to be Muslim in the United States today. And this is, one of the unique challenges that I was talking about when I was talking about being an American Muslim and the types of challenges in American mosques today. We have extremely diverse communities in the United States coming from all over, and we can see the ethnic origins of many people, and this, is only the ethnic origins because we have, people who are immigrant communities. We also have generations of American Muslims within the United States, and I think the right-hand graphic sums it up very well, that there's only 7% of American mosques in this last survey only served one particular ethnic group. Which means that most mosques, by far a majority of mosques, are working with very diverse communities. So, we were talking about, for example, women's prayer in mosques as an issue. And there was a Pew Research study in the early 2000s on religious behavior in global Muslim communities that asked women if they attended mosque for prayer. And this is different from prayer, by the way. There was another question, do you pray? And the numbers were very different. This was about mosque attendance specifically. And in there, the results in South Asia, 77% of the women said that they never attend mosque. 33% of women in the Middle East and North Africa said they never attend mosque. Only 4% of women in Southeast Asia said they never attend mosque, and only 2% of women in sub-Saharan African communities said they never attend mosque. So the difference is there, and please do remember, this isn't about who's praying, right? It's about who's going to the mosque to pray. So the difference there right there shows us that there's a real diversity within what we call the Muslim world about expectations of women in prayer. And this comes out in many different ways in some of the communities that I've studied. And I just want to give you a couple of different examples. This is a converted building in Auburn, Alabama, and it's associated with a local university community, so they do get a lot of students as well as faculty members at this mosque. If you look in the picture in the upper right-hand corner, you'll notice that the Qibla is diagonal, so obviously this is a building that's been repurposed. It wasn't meant to be a mosque in the beginning, and so they have had to figure that out. And it's interesting because a lot of times when I walk into these repurposed buildings, I can tell very quickly whether this was built or repurposed, right, because of that directional. It was a house at one point, so there's a lot of small rooms, and those small rooms, I was told by the leader of the mosque, actually give it a great deal of flexibility. So depending on how many men and women come to pray at any given time, they have about 6 different rooms that are used for prayer. They're all linked by television, and depending on how many people come by prayer, they can just allocate the rooms by percentages of who's there. And it's a very interesting situation. They also do have a tiny little outreach center on the back porch there with the chairs, where they have literature that they give out to people who stop by, who ask them about mosques and how mosques are in the United States. Another example from New York now, in Schenectady, which is in upstate New York, very far up north from New York City. This was actually built as a mosque, but looks more like a house. We have some nice accessibility features for wheelchairs there, by the way. And one of the interesting things about it is women were involved in the decision about creating the women's space, and some of the women didn't want to pray in front of the men, but some didn't want to have their vision blocked of the imam. So as a compromise, they actually created a women's section where women can choose whether they want to be in this part that has the low boundary and they can see, or they can sit behind the screen and have their privacy. And I think that's a really interesting way to do this. There's also a newer, larger Islamic center that has a food kitchen and gyms and kitchens and all sorts of facilities. And they've maintained that same flexibility to the prayer space. This is the women's space when they use it during Ramadan and Eid, the prayer hall upstairs. There's both a covered and uncovered section so that women can choose how they want it. I had one more example, but I know I'm low on time now, so I'll just wrap it up by showing another, what I think is very typical American repurposed space, which is the storefront mosque, where an old store has been either bought or rented and repurposed. It may look a little bit sort of informal, and certainly some of the facilities are difficult to work with. The wudu area, for example, trying to retrofit these small bathrooms. But there's often architectural work like this going on to try to use the existing space to remake it. But a lot of the mosques have quite a lot of different interests in their time and money, and so there's always this sort of how to make that work. In this particular community, they show that you can also use your outdoor space as well. So all of those windows in the front that were storefront are now really being used as outreach spaces. There are all these posters about Islam, so everybody who walks by can learn something about Islam. And I think that's a great way to think about some of the diversity of these spaces. We can think about the sacred symbols and how important they are for Muslim identity, but we can also think about the lived experiences, not only of what it means to be Muslim, but what it means to sort of represent Muslim communities within these other communities, and how people can interact with these spaces so that they learn more and we can break through some of these prejudices. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that awesome presentation. Much appreciated. It got me an opportunity to reflect on my time when, I was studying in the US. Thank you very much. So for our next presentation, and we'll do our Q&A after this presentation, we have Dr. Shahm Rajab Al-Alloush. Dr. Shahm is an academic, scholar, chief editor, and architectural engineer with a background in urbanism. He writes and speaks regularly on how to improve people's quality of life through sustainable and smart design and construction of our buildings and cities. He believes that the built environment is made for people and it should be designed and constructed as such. He is editor-in-chief of the referee journal Open House International and associated editor in other index journals and book series. He holds a PhD from Heriot-Watt University in the UK and a PG diploma in architectural design and a bachelor's in architectural engineering from the University of Aleppo in Syria. Dr. Shaham's research, teaching, and services were recognized for excellence. He's the winner of several international and local awards, and his research was featured in the media and the press. He's published widely in the International Refereed Press and awarded total research grants and project funds as PI and COI of close to $1 million. Dr. Shaham held keynote speeches at international conferences in Spain and Italy, and many other talks, workshops, and presentations. He acts as a reviewer for a range of reputable and high-impact journals, and he reviewed for more than 18 international conferences from China to the UK. He is currently teaching and researching at Sultan Qaboos University in the Sultanate of Oman in the capacity of associate professor, having previously researched and taught at universities in the UK and Syria. There, he also worked in several architectural consultancy firms and on 2 European commissioned funded projects. His presentation today is From Normativism to Substantivism in the Design of the Mosque of the Future. Please help me welcome Dr. Shaham to the podium.
Assalamu alaikum. My presentation today will be in English, but if you allow me to speak a couple of words in Arabic first. أحب أولاً أنه أشكر جائزة عبد اللطيف فوزان ممثلة بالدكتور مشاري النعيم لدعوتي هنا اليوم، وهذا شرف كبير أعتز فيه. وأرحب بالحاضرين سيدات وسادة، ولو تسمحوا لي أخص بالترحيب والدي ووالدتي الحاضرين اليوم معنا. والدي الأستاذ رجب العلوش، أحد المؤلفين الثلاثة للموسوعة القرآنية التفصيل في إعراب آيات التنزيل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شرف لنا، شكرا، الله يسلمكم. يقال: من يعمل بيده فهو عامل، ومن يعمل بيده وعقله فهو صانع، ومن يعمل بيده وعقله وقلبه فهو فنان. فما بالكم أيها الحضور الكريم بمن يعمل بيده وعقله وقلبه وإيمانه. هذا هو مصمم المساجد التي تحتفل به جائزة الفوزان كل دورة من دوراتها. اليوم سوف أتكلم. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to my presentation, and today I'm going to talk about a topic that's actually maybe uncommon in mosque architecture. I'm going to call to a move from normative theory in mosque design to substantive theory that's based on evidences. I came from Sultan Qaboos University, and as our chair introduced me, I'm the chief editor of Open House International. I'm briefly gonna take you in a quick journey through my philosophy of research, or my approach to research in terms of philosophy and practice. Then I'm gonna talk about hierarchy of knowledge and its relation to mosque design. Then I'm gonna explain what normative approach is in mosque design. Then I'm gonna move to substantive approach, and if I have the time, I'll cover morphology, emotional impact, and environmental assessment of mosque design. First of all, I would like to start with a quote for Professor Bill Hillier, who said in his famous book, Space is the Machine, architecture is analogous to language. And actually, if you think about it, it's true. Language consists of word that exists in dictionary and grammar that we all know. But if you compose words using these grammars without human involvement, the sentence might be illegitimate, might have no value for the people. And so is architecture. We have elements, and we have principles of design, unity, harmony, Gestalt approach, etc. But if you don't involve a human being in the design of the design process, the building, the product will be likely to be, I would say, have a less value for the inhabitants. And this is actually the motto that we use in our research. I personally believe that a building or a city is not sustainable unless it's seen as such by its inhabitants, regardless how much energy it consumes, regardless how much embedded energy, how it's located within society. It has to be seen as sustainable from its inhabitants. We start our philosophy of research by saying that I view the world as based on regularities. That doesn't mean that truth does not exist, but maybe our limited capability does not allow us to capture truth. And actually, Allah Jalla wa Ala, Allah fil Quran, كمثال, Allah in Quran said as an example, قُلُ الرُّوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي, indicating that we'll not be able to understand truth, all truth. Whereas regularities can be distilled from the interaction between our mind and social or physical phenomenon. And this is why where I start our research. And this is where I think mosque design should start. Research in mosque designs should actually try to distill the regularities through history in a way that's relevant to the community in order to produce what's so-called successful mosque design, although I have a lot of issues with the word successful. At a practical level, I think good research starts with a simple question. So we cannot start a research with saying, what is the best mosque? What are the criteria of the best mosque? That's so complex to deal with. It has to be simplified. Then it has to go through sophisticated and rigid, and I emphasize rigidity here, data collection methods, and then scientifically valid data analysis. And it ends up with a simple answer. So it starts simple, and it ends simple in a way that lay people can make use of this information. And our role as a scientist lies here, is to ensure rigidity. And this is what's missing, I think, in mosque design. Mosque design, if we look at it and reflect this on mosque design mostly is based on wishful approach. So I'm here today to call for a paradigm shift, paradigm change, and we had a lot of discussion about it yesterday. Not on the product, not on the shape, not on the composition, but rather on the process. From my perspective, research, mosque design should either adopt a design by research approach or evidence-based design approach, and those are different. Design by research is where you do the research in order to improve your design, whereas evidence-based design is where you collect accumulative evidences that others come up with or came up with in order to improve your design. I think we all agree that there are a matrix of factors, sometimes conflicting factors, influence mosque design. Sociological, economical, political, architectural, the creativity of the designer. All of these approaches or influences are wishful approaches, do not have solid substance data that support these approaches. And we are now in the age of globalization, age of technology, IR4, Industrial Revolution 4, co-design approach, neuroarchitecture, digital participation, and yet mosque design still based on our liking, mostly. We need to move now, not later, to a more substantive approach, to evidence-based approach to mosque design. And this is the hierarchy of knowledge as I view it. It starts with ontology, علم الخلق, our relation to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then epistemology, how we know what we know, which is substantial and very important here to actually accept that we are here to reduce our ignorance and not to increase our knowledge. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala قال وَمَا أُوتِيتُم مِّنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. So we need to accept that we are here to reduce our knowledge, not to increase to reduce our ignorance, not to increase our knowledge. Then it goes to methodology that dictates the method, and then we come up with the techniques or protocols. And research philosophy, there are a lot. I can summarize them into two approaches, normative approach and substantive approach. And understanding these approaches are important for designers of mosques. This is the missing link between research and design. We do research. I'm an architect by education, and I'm a scientist now. And I claim I know both words, and both words need to talk to each other. They are not talking to each other. This will open new doors for mosque design. So what's normative theory or normative approach? It's actually wishful approach. It's based on projection of a vision of what could be good. They have could and would on their dictionary. They lack proof of goodness. And when they use emulation from the past, they use it in superficial way. Famous examples of these approaches is Howard Garden City and Kevin Lynch image of the city. Very famous, widely studied, widely researched, but they are still wishful approaches. If we reflect this on mosques start as a simple urban artifact that has many functions that we all know. It created livable space around it, and actually it shaped the city, especially Islamic cities. And then, with the time, it transferred, while maintaining the function, into a symbolic architectural component of Islamic city, then an articulation of power, as we can see in the Umayyad period, and later in the Seljuqis period also, Mamlukis period. And nowadays, we are talking about how the mosque can be considered as a representation of identity. If we go through the history of mosque design, from Al-Khilafa period, Umayya, Abbasi, Fatimi, Seljuqi, etc., until nowadays, the focus has been on the architectural articulation, on how the building looks, on the composition, on how the elevation elements goes with each other. And nowadays, we are in the age of AI, artificial intelligence, and this is the most famous one that architects has been using for the last 6 or 7 months. It's quite a new website. It's artificial intelligence text-to-image generator. The idea here, you don't design anything. You describe it using text. And then the artificial intelligent bot generates the design for you. And actually, it generates 4 designs. Then you select one to upscale it into a more detailed design. Example that has not to do with mosques, but to give you the idea. Here, the creator input the text, cinematic, paper cut art, paper illustration, boat on the ocean, Kraken, which is a mythical creature in the Greek mythology, colorful, very detailed 8K in the resolution, and the AI bot generated this picture. And architects loved this, and actually this creates big questions and very important questions for mosque design and actually for architectural education. Those are other examples where the texts underneath were input, as simple as this. Couple of sentences, you get a design that you cannot imagine even. When this was applied on mosques, we've got some decent attempts. Again, I emphasize the architect here did not design anything of this. The architect described using text. And here becomes the ability of, or comes into play, how good you can describe your imagination so the AI can understand where you want to go. Unfortunately, I don't know the author of this. I just collected this from one of the groups on Facebook. And there is a more matured attempt by May Abdul-Samad, I think. This is from her LinkedIn profile. And we can see that AI, again, it focuses on how the building looks, how the mosque looks, what are the architectural features and articulations. There are some extreme attempts. These are some extreme attempts. Also, I don't know who's the generator. The good thing about Midjourney is copyright free. So you can use the pictures as much as you want, yeah. If you Google AI Midjourney showcase, you will get a library of pictures. So you can here see how far AI can go. So this leads us to ask ourselves where we are going with the mosque design. We've been actually circulating in the same cycle for decades now. We have been focusing on how the mosque looks more than how the mosque functions with evidences. And all of these are wishful Okay. Wishful approaches, very difficult to defend. I put myself in the jury's position, and it's really, really hard to judge about the shortlisting mosques because there's no evidences. The process is not known. As they say, the journey is as important as the destination. The design process is as important as the product. And unfortunately, from my perspective, we've been focusing on the product and neglecting the design process. The shortcoming of this approach may be best illustrated by Professor Ahmed. She said normative design theories have been notoriously short-lived, and we can notice this in mosque design. They appear, they fade out, and they appear again. Since they are based on beliefs rather than proof, they are highly dependent on and typical eventual victim of ideological fashions and economical cycles. And we don't want our mosques anymore to be a victim of this orientation. We want a research-based, evidence-based mosques. So what substantive approach is the opposite of normative, apparently. They ground their claims on substance, on material, on data, on findings that are concluded using solid research methods. It relies on compiling evidences. It has proof of godness before the design itself. And when they use emulations from the past, they don't use it in artificial or superficial manners because they know what each emulation will do to the design, the consequences of the use. So in short, they actually shed light. They provide more certainty in front of us as mosque designers. So I'll show you, depends on the time I have, 3 methods. I'm not going to present results. I'm here presenting methods that we can use to actually substantiate our mosque design at morphological level, emotional impact, and environmental impact, which is actually the easier one. At morphology, we ask ourselves, where is the optimum location of a mosque? We all ask ourselves this, right? What is the optimum location of a mosque? A location that actually transfers the place into livable space. But we didn't want to ask people. Those are kind of loose methods. Also questionnaires, interviews, as Dr. Jacqueline beautifully showed us, give us very important insight into people cognition, people perception, but they are not enough. We need more substance, more evidence-based design. So we wanted a measurable spatial, we wanted to understand a measurable spatial properties to locate the mosque to. So where to start from? We started to learn from our ancestors. We did our literature review. We started with the Omani Harat that are all settlements in Oman. We picked 4, Hart al-Uqr, Hart Sibani, Hart al-Yemen, Hart Fanja. And then we used space syntax. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the space syntax. Space syntax is a theory and set of methodology produced by UCL in 1984. It has been used widely in many topics of research, and actually I teach this course at master level, and I published on this several papers. But the essence of space syntax is that people move in line and they socialize in convex spaces. Then they use graph theory to represent the spatial structure, whether it's at building level or city level, in a way that can be quantified. For example, this is a very simple structure. It can be city, it can be any type mosque, it can be any type of building. Then we represent each space with a node, a dot. Then if these spaces are connected in terms of accessibility and or visibility, depends what we are analyzing, then we create a connection. We rearrange the map in a way that it tells us how deep or shallow the spatial structure is from point 1. Then we can, using certain set of formulas, calculate many variables. Space syntax has up to now 11 measurements. Some are local, some are global. Here I calculated the mean depth, for example, which we use later to calculate relative asymmetry, then real relative asymmetry to arrive to what is in bold, then black bold, called integration. Integration has been shown to be linked with plenty of evidences, like 20 cities around the world, it has been shown to be linked to people behavior. And then we represent each number with a color. So red, high, blue, low. So it's a visual interpretation of the values. For example, if we start from point A in this certain spatial structure, this is how the spatial structure will look and feel for the user. But if we start from point 2, the spatial structure will look more deep and less shallow. Hence, more privacy. We applied this to a sample of Omani traditional houses, and we were looking for what I like to call spatial DNA, البصمة الفراغية, spatial DNA to the Omani houses. And actually, this paper was published in a conference on Norway recently. It's available open access also. Also, what we can do, after we do the analysis, we can plant what we call agents, who are people, or which are actually people, and then the algorithm will show us how the people are likely to move at urban or building level. This example is a building level, but we can do the same at urban level. So we can propose different locations for the mosque and add these agents, and we can see how they'll move and interact with the spatial structure in a way that's measurable. Each bit you can see now, it's measurable. It can be converted into numbers, so you can do all your statistical analysis to provide the evidence needed. It's a very powerful tool. That is called agent analysis. Back to our harat, we did this to our harat. We used two methods, axial lines and visibility graph analysis. It's better I hurry, yeah? Yeah. And then you can do all your correlation regressions. Another thing, another project, we want to study the impact, the emotional impact or spirituality of a design. So how we can measure emotions. Again, we didn't want to ask people directly. So what we did, we used an EEG system. It's a system that measures the brain wave and actually interpret the measurement into emotional reaction. So this is the system that we used. It's called Epoch Plus by Emotive. And it measures level of stress, level of engagement, level of interest, excitement, focus, and relaxation. In mosque design, we want high level of relaxation, high level of interest with low level of stress. And this is a video show you in real time. It shows you in real time what's happening on the design. Imagine putting a person in a VR system, virtual reality system with different design alternative, and then you can see in real time what's happening in his mind. So you can objectively assess the design itself. We use this on the golden ratio in elevation and composition, and the result is a matrix of tens of thousands of data points. Then we go through filtering and curation process, then the analysis. Once you have your data ready for analysis, you can do your descriptive, t-test, ANOVAs, regression, whatever, cluster analysis, latent cluster analysis, whatever, regression tree, whatever analysis you like to do, and provide the evidence for that. This is a noticeable paper that I recently found. I thought I'm the first one to do that, but actually this paper was published in 2022, and they want to see which color improve spirituality, and it's a mixture between turquoise, green, and blue that raises the alpha sign and reduces the beta brainwave, which actually correspond to what we interpret it as spirituality. Finally, at the environmental level, I think people are doing this, fortunately. This project is being done at our department, and the team wants to characterize the thermal and energy performance of existing mosques and to evaluate alternative design strategies. And this project is led by Dr. Saleh Al-Saadi, and they use validated energy design builder model. We surveyed 30, the team actually surveyed 30 mosques to come up with business as usual case. Then they start, and they did measurement also to validate the model. And then they start, in this stage, they are doing the alternative design strategies. So takeaways, I'm finishing, give me 1 minute, please. Takeaways, it's the time now to move from what we like, which is easy, to what we know, which actually require more work from us as designers and as scientists also. And this is the time now to do this, to produce a long-lasting approach to mosque design. And actually, the move from normative approach to substantive approach is actually not only the invitable way forward, but actually it's the sensible way forward in this era of technology. So I call for creating an evidence-based design culture among most designers. And I believe this step should start from competitions such as Abdullatif Fozan competition for architecture, because it sets the scene for future design. People start to mimic what last slide. Lastly, I believe we should go beyond the architectural expressions that have been dictating our mosques when designing mosques, by listening to the evidences that we have from rigorous and scientifically valid research in order to see our own blind spot. Thank you very much, and apologies for the long presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Shahem. That was awesome. Reminded me of a little prayer that says, and don't make me, O Lord, of those who worship the name and not the meaning.
Exactly.
So thank you very much for that. So we're going to take questions. We have about 10 minutes. Can we have a mic, please? So we'll start with the lady in the orange, and then we'll do Dr. Mohammed. I believe you had a question, right? So 1, 2, 3, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, there's the mic.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for the very, very valuable, interesting talks. I have a question to Dr. Shaham. Normative versus substantialism. Actually, it reminded me of the debate that took place kind of half a century ago between Popper and the other scholars in terms of epistemology, deduction and induction.
True.
So, in a way, the empirical studies tend to be evidence-based research or experiments, which you are calling for, against the other approach, which is based on the rational thinking, not on the evidence. So you propose a theory and then you prove it. You prove whether it's good or not. So that debate has been going on since Popper, which is beginning of last century. When you go with the substantial or substantive rather than the normative, you go with low pace improvement or evolution. However, when you go with the rational approach, then the leaps in knowledge comes about. In a way, when you think of the regularities and you have to prove what you need to do before you do it, then you will keep going on a straight line until something happens, and then you will just leap. And then the paradigm shift will happen, which is very slow to advance the everything, even architecture. Now, you said that we need to prove the goodness of the design before we adopt it. Against that proof, you can find hundreds of disproofs. So, like the space syntax that you mentioned, I myself, I have so many comments and objections on the theory itself and in the method, especially when Belhilier used it in testing Isfahan city and some of the Islamic cities there. So if you use it as an example for proving that we have to go with the normative than the substantive, there are so many disproofs to prove it. So I don't agree with going on with what you mentioned or proposed. Thank you.
Can I answer this question?
Let's take the questions first so that we can...
Okay.
Okay. Sir Mohammed.
I forget.
Okay, thank you. Actually, my question probably just follows on the same path. I wasn't thinking about Karl Popper, but I think Karl Popper fits in this argument very well with the normative versus positive, or in your case, the scientific approach or the evidence-based. My question would be, maybe I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible. And you talked about, let's examine how colors can impact our spiritual relationship or evoke our sense of spirituality. Where does culture come from, or where does culture fit in? Because culture it's not easy to measure culture. I mean, what's red for you is different than what's read for me if I come from a different culture. Sure. Different culture have different interpretations. And in this case, I don't think there's a universality. And I think, and this is the balance between normative and positive. And I think we cannot go with, positive theory. Although my background, just to be honest, my background is in the PhD is environmental psychology, which is
Doctor, we have same background,
yes.
By the way.
So yeah. So it is we depend on the positive knowledge, but I don't think we can ignore the sensitivity of the phenomenological aspects that comes from cultural dimensions that are not easy to test. So that was my quick question.
Can we answer these two questions? Then we move to a third, before I forgot to answer.
Is your question the same topic? I think because it's the same topics, عشان مرة
Okay,
واحدة,
go ahead.
if you don't mind. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see that my paper also has somebody else working on the same field. And actually in Malaysia, we had a paper called The Soul of Mosques, which was using space syntax to measure the emotions of people going through the spaces of Mamluk Egyptian mosques. Yes. So I was wondering if rather than talking about colors, which could be subjective, actually the progression of different spaces and solids and voids within a typical mosque could also be objectively measured by this method. Thank you.
طيب, when I put my presentation together, I expected this argument because it's long-lasting, it never ends. I didn't invent this, and I will never finish it. I believe science should be integrated. Both approaches, deductive and inductive, should complement each other. It's not two sides. They work together to actually distill these regularities I'm talking about. That's why I was fascinated with Dr. Jacqueline's presentation, with the interviews and the insights that she presented. And many of my papers, if you look at, it's based questionnaire and interview based. So I'm not against the other approach. But what I say, it should not be the normative approach, should not be the only approach because it's easier for us as designers. Designers are busy, they don't have time. Money is an important factor to run firm in this difficult economical situation. So I understand this, but this is, from my perspective, is not enough excuse to neglect the evidences that we have. Regarding the evidences, the substantive approach is it ends up as normative. Whatever you do, you're not asked to provide proof for it. Rather, you're asked to have a proof for that, you see? So you don't know if it will act as you predicted, for sure. But you have evidences that support this direction, which actually make design more evidence-based. If it does not, that's another learning cycle that we need to build upon that. Doctor, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Yani both approaches should work together. And Dr. Jacqueline, you want to add to this? Since you're so subjective design and objective design.
I always tell my students in research methods that reliability and validity are two different things when we do research. So you can reliably get the same answer from everyone, but that doesn't mean it's a valid answer. It just means that everyone has agreed on it for some reason.
And if I may add on this, the Dr. Al-Jasser question regarding the cultural differences, this comes back to the sample. If you know your population and you collect enough sample, you calculate the sample size, and your sample is representative for the population, then you get reliable answers. But if you're collecting sample for a different population, you will not get a valid results.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. One more, yep. Okay.
they are very complimentary.
I hope this one's for Dr. Jacqueline. So. It is?
Thank you. Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Shaham, for your presentations. I just would like to make a comment about the presentation of Dr. Jacqueline, which is interesting, the retrofitting of existing spaces into mosques. I teach architecture at Cardiff University in Wales, but I used to be at Manchester University. Between 2015, one of my colleagues was doing research on multi-faith spaces, particularly in airports and in hospitals. And it's interesting, I think, and that is a good reflection for mosque architecture, is there is something common in all religion about spirituality and our relationship to life and death, to the world, to the planet, and also to each other in terms of not harming each other and being kind to each other and to all creatures that are alive on this planet, including plants and animals. So one of the questions is, how can the mosque be a multicultural or multi-faith space in a way that it can operate at different times for different religions, since Islam accepts other religions and respects other religions as well. Thank you.
Dr. Jacqueline, please, if you can.
So, the retrofit spaces are interesting in this, I think, because first of all, there are some few cases where you have what are former churches that are retrofitted and have become mosques, and I think those are very high-profile cases because it's actually, in my experience from the places I visited, rather rare. It's much more likely that a store or something that didn't have a sacred purpose in the first place would be retrofit for a mosque. Potentially because of the impact on the community, but also just the sort of economics of it. Often you're starting with a very small community, they have limited funds. But I think there are some really interesting examples of multi-faith community centers that I've seen. There was a very small town in Florida that I visited, actually, that the Muslim community wanted to have a prayer space, but they didn't really have enough people or enough funds to have their own space. And so there was a discussion with the local town community center. And the town community center is actually a civic institution, but they will rent out space to people. And so that they had a hall that was being rented out for prayer by multiple faiths. And the comment that one individual made to me was, it's perfect because we can get income Friday, Saturday, and Sunday based on all of the different religions and when they use this for prayer. So there was a certain beauty in just the sort of difference in how it made it convenient. I haven't seen this with mosques, but I actually saw another example of a church and a synagogue that were built right next to each other, and they had a shared parking lot because the idea was that they would both need parking, but it would be on different days, and so they could save money this way by sharing their parking lot, which I thought was interesting. So other facilities too, we might think of not just the prayer spaces, but all the facilities that might be shared, I think.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Jacqueline and Dr. Shaham. Just a quick comment on what you just mentioned last there, Dr. Jacqueline. Something I noticed in Dearborn is that you have like a very large mosque right next to a very large church, and both built by those of Lebanese kind of background, that moved to the US in the 1920s to kind of be part of Ford's expansion and what have you. So thank you very much. Yeah. Appreciate it. Everyone, please join me in thanking Dr. Shaham and Dr. Jacqueline.
Thank you. Thank you.
In light of that, we have halls A and B on the ground floor and the first floor with the sessions running now, so please join one, and please be back here at 4 o'clock for another keynote speech. Thank you very much.
I think
حبيبي الله يسلمك شكرا الله يسلمك
بدي اشكرك انا بس كان فرصه وصلنا للحل شكرا
you have these
historically.
Right. They were historically sort of
mosques and so on. They have the Eastern European communities.
Right, but also that's correct from an American side, but also the activist side. Malcolm X and all that.
That's true.
That kind of African-American black
Nation of Islam history.
Nation of Islam history,
Yeah.
exactly. So that to me was very strange. The West, because they're generally less African-Americans, and
It's more of an Arab American community.
right, the nation becomes that different. Just kind of riding the dominant, let's say, stream of Muslims or Americans.
Yeah. It's interesting. I was thinking about that while I was talking about the people in this room have studied in other countries and come back. And a lot of people consider students as being challenged to the community, because they're only there for a short time. They have particular interests. They may not even be celebrating the holidays with the community because they're going back to their families and so on. And so a lot of, like Auburn, Alabama, for example, they were saying, like, how do we create a sustainable community for our kids and accommodate the fact that a majority of the people who come are students who will only be here for a short time, and balance the needs of those who, are there for extended periods and generations, and those who are there for a short time but are a huge part of the community and an important part. So, that is one of these sort of like challenges, and we've seen that from the student side of things.
The funny thing is, in Atlanta, although we see that, but it's not a big deal.
Well, because there's so many other people.
It's such a big Muslim population. Like, I think one of the biggest mosques in the U.S. is the Atlanta 14th Street Mosque. And that's about 14th Street Mosque. It's so close to Jordan Lake.
Yeah.
So a lot of students go there for Ramadan iftar, get free food.
Oh, nice. Of course, yeah.
But also it has a madrasa, so for like, kids and stuff, having what's interesting about that mosque's location also is one reason it's there is because a lot of the people who went to there, because they're mixed in good school in the sense that they would graduate from it, tend to have higher salaries and all that. It's basically ex-professors that built that شغال اشتغل. هو لازم يسحب. لا صح صح. بالضبط بالضبط. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في البداية طبعا نشكر تواجدكم للجلسة الأخيرة في جلسات مؤتمر الفوزان لعمارة المساجد الثالث. وطبعا احنا عارفين انه الإجهاد بياخد دوره، بياخد وضعه مع نهاية المؤتمر، لكن احنا إن شاء الله في انتظار محاضرة ختامية شيقة بإذن الله تلقيها علينا الدكتورة هيفاء بنت إبراهيم الخليفة. أنا بس منتظر شوية لغاية لما باقي الحضور بإذن الله يدخلوا معانا. المفروض أن الجلسة يكون فيها 2 متحدثين، إحدى المتحدثات دكتورة كشوار رزوي اعتذرت، فهيكون عندنا يعني ورقة علمية واحدة، محاضرة واحدة بإذن الله، فهناخد وقتنا فيها وفي نفس الوقت هيكون في وقت للنقاش. أرجو بعد الجلسة بعد انتهاء المحاضرة ننتظر شوية عشان هيكون في الجلسة الختامية وتكريم الشركاء والمنظمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The last session today will be presented by Dr. Haifa bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa from Bahrain. She is the Dean of the College of Engineering at Bahrain University, at University of Bahrain. She received her PhD in architecture from Cardiff University and her master's degree in business administration and bachelor's degree in interior architecture from Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University. Dr. Al Khalifa participated in many international conferences and presented many public lectures on the fields of architecture and Islamic studies. She has also personal interest in the art and in the traditional architecture of the Arabian Gulf region and the Arab world. We would like you to all welcome Dr. Haifa to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. So today I will present you, inshallah, my ongoing research about the contemporary mosque in the Arabian Gulf cities. This research is part of this paper is part of my research. It's about the contemporary mosque of Oman and Bahrain. So starting, it's really hard to see from this angle, so I'm trying to see from here. Okay, so my research will be about 3 points. First, I would like to discuss the architectural language expressed by the contemporary mosque design and the social-cultural implications. Also, I will try to provide an understanding of the evolution of the Islamic mosque in Bahrain and Oman, with the attempt to review the traditional architectural transformation. Also, I will discuss the factors that had contributed to the change in the to the change of the mosque, which is one of them is the change of the economical environment. So first, I would like to define what do we mean by architectural language. Architectural language can be defined by the 3 major points, which is the expression, context, and meaning. And for the form in architecture, of course, it can be defined as a reference to both the internal structure and external shape, frequently in the form of 3-dimensional mass or volume. Also, there is the size, shape, color, position, and orientation that also define the form. Expression in architecture can also be involved in the practice and the discipline of architecture. So moving to Bahrain, we're starting by Bahrain as a case study. Here is the first, one of the oldest mosque in Bahrain, which is the Siyadi Mosque, built in 1965 in Muharraq, and it represents a very modest mosque with one story, an open courtyard with a boundary wall, with an entrance in the center of the boundary wall, and a minaret with a conical shape at the top. There is in the Siyadi Mosque, as you see, only a single riwaq, which act as a transition space between the open courtyard to the secular prayer hall. So in the interior, you can see there is the mihrab, which is being designed as an arch with the stucco decorations, and there is also the wooden palms as a ceiling for the riwaq. In the middle is a picture of the Siyadi house, which is adjacent to the mosque, with a similar design characteristics. Now, this is different view of the mosque. You can see there is different time when the mosque, these pictures were taken. So they tried with the last renovation to keep the original design, and I think they succeed in that. So in the 90s and 80s, or in Bahrain and in the region, while in that time all the countries had been influenced by the progress in the economic revenues from the petrol, and the country's government started to invite international architects to design their governmental buildings, and one of them is the mosque. So this mosque was designed by Abdullatif Al Fozan in the 1992, and it is located in a very busy area in Manama, and there was a lot of challenge faced to design this mosque by the architect who I met during my PhD, when I did my PhD in Cardiff, and he mentioned to me that the area itself, the land was tilted, and it was a challenge for him to design a mosque in this location. And then he, as you see, designed this mosque with the influence of the Mamluk. The Abdullatif Al Fozan print is very clear here in the design. It is very or heavily influenced by the Mamluk and Nubian architecture. Similar mosque been designed in Saudi, I think more than 20 or 30 mosques with a similar influence. And looking into the interior of the mosque, you can see that the same stucco design inspired by the Mamluk Islamic architecture is seen in the interior and in the exterior. This is also different views of the mosque, showing the busy area and where it is located. Now, moving to the years of 2000, starting from the last 2 decades, especially Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi started to apply new trends in design. One of them can be seen here in the new development area called Bahrain Bay. This is built on proclaimed land in Bahrain in Manama. And they designed this mosque, which we call it Arkabita Mosque. It looks like a sculpture. It is like a cube with these triangle shapes of windows. And also someone told me this triangle shapes looks like a mashrabiyya, or it could be designed, influenced by a mashrabiyya. Now, this mosque has no boundary walls, no qubba, and the minaret itself has changed a lot. It is accepted by the community, and people are it became also a tourism destination. Now, from the interior of this mosque, you can see that the mihrab seems like integrated into the qibla wall, and the mezzanine is where the women prayer hall is located on the second floor. And also the interior has no decorations. Most of it are plain walls. Now this is a view from, let's say, zoom out into the urban area of the Arkabita or Bahrain Bay. The mosque itself, as a mass, complement the mass of the building next to it. So it was designed as part of the urban composition. Now this is a design concept that being introduced by Salah ad-Din Architects Office, who introduced this design for the Dilmonia Mosque. It is the same thing with, it's a new urban development. It is also in Bahrain. And this is why I want to show you, why I'm showing you this, because all these new design of mosque actually introduced within the design concept for the new urban developments. And if you see closely to this mosque, you can see the different design of, or the new design of the mosque, or as a prayer hall, the mass. The face of it seems to look, the face of this prayer hall or the building looks like more into or inspired by the mihrab shape, concave space, and it has a water element surrounding it. And from inside, you can see the mihrab stretches from the ground floor to the upper floors to the qubba. Now, this is also an image of the interior courtyard, and this looks like a detachment from the traditional Bahraini mosque. This is also one of the mosques that is become very common as a design in Bahrain. All the neighborhoods or the new neighborhoods in Bahrain start to follow the same design, which more looks into a traditional design of Bahraini mosque that has no qubba and also very simple in design. This is a timeline where you can see from the left the Siyadi Mosque, which was built in 1865, then to the 90s and 80s, and recently for 2009. So the change is very clear, and this has become, as I said, a trend in designing mosque. Now moving to Oman, and I'm here comparing both cases, so you will see how these two countries who share the same background, political background, cultural background, religion background, and differ in the way how they approach the new design for the mosque. Now this is a mosque called the Great Mosque at Bilad Bani Bu Ali, dated 500 years ago. It has, or the mosque was built, as I said, 500 years ago, and the most significant architectural element of this mosque is the domes. There are, I think, 51 small domes, and it has this shape of pyramid. Now, the mosque from inside, or the mosque itself, has been renovated many times, and they try to keep the original design, and I think they succeed in that. From inside, you can see the prayer hall divided by these arches. Now, there is a single riwaq, as seen from the above, and there is this palm trees on the front of the mosque. Now, of course, Oman has many different designs when it comes to the old mosque of Oman, but most of them are very modest. They have no domes and simple, built with the mud bricks. Now, this is also an example how this mosque, or Oman itself, shares the same mosque design, the same period, which is 18 and 90s, with Bahrain designing a mosque that is influenced by the Fatimid or Mamluki architecture. The other, if you can see from the inside, it is more looked as if this mosque was built in Egypt. Now, this is also a zoom out of the mosque, showing the mass, or how the size of the mosque compared to the buildings surrounding it. Now, this is also another example of mosque in Oman, where you can see the influence of the Ottoman architecture with these two penciled minarets and central dome and multiple domes surrounding it. So these all showing that the mosque in Oman started also to have this regional influence of Egyptian and Ottoman. From inside, this mosque represents a very Turkish design or Ottoman design. It seems like it is copied from the Hagia Sophia from inside. So this is also another example. And that one is also built in the 90s, and it also shows that this mosque looks more into or represent very Ottoman design. This is the mosque of Sultan Qaboos Grand Mosque to the left, and this mosque actually have many different Islamic architectural influence, whether it is Persian, Turkish, Mamluk, and others, and it was intended to do that, to reflect or to represent different Islamic cultures. The other mosque to the right is Muhammad Al-Amin Mosque. It actually represents the fortified mosque was found historically in Oman. So this is a timeline showing the differences between, or the evolution of these mosques in design, how it started very modest and very simple in design, then became more into the regional design, influenced by, as I said, many different Islamic cultures. Then you can see that kept going. Thank you, but before that, I want to just to conclude that what we have seen here is that two mosques of Bahrain and Oman shows more changes over time. However, in Oman, they did not accept, I did not find an example of more contemporary modern design. And talking to Omani friends, architects, and they told me usually they don't accept it as a community. Decision makers do not accept that as a design, while in other countries in the Gulf, they do. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al Khalifa. Now we can take a few questions. Dr. Mshari.
تفضل دكتور.
I have an interest in Gulf architecture, and if I ask if the contemporary mosque architecture in the Gulf regions, the Gulf countries, that can help and contribute to consolidate a kind of architecture in the region. And you have now experience in Bahrain, Oman, and they are trying to extend your studies to other Gulf regions. For sure, the mosque architecture has strong relation with the other architecture. It's part of architecture, and should influence and influenced by the ongoing practice in architecture in the region. I read your comments on this.
While this mosque, as you said, Doctor, the contemporary mosque has influenced by each other. Like if I see a contemporary mosque built, for example, in Saudi, and I like the design, as a designer, I can present it, but it's not to me. There is many factors deciding in which design can be built. Contemporary mosque, I believe the mosque itself observed the changes over time, observe the change in culture, society, economic, and all other different environments. So it is timeless, and it should be changed, and there should be observed what we have changed in our community. I cannot imagine a mosque that looks very traditional, a very modern urban design area. But again, now what they are doing when they design, like for example, a whole project that is residential, commercial, they
also count that the mosque itself design should reflect that.
Let me remind everybody here about the debate yesterday in Hassan al-Din Khan presentation, because someone asked him about the regionalism, and the answer was, nowadays we are in the global world, and the concept of regionalism and other
Yes.
local concept, localism and the local features, not anymore important in the contemporary and future architecture.
Yes.
What do you think? Yeah.
Well, it depends on the architectural school that being now, presented. Whether I always believe that we start with our architectural school, what we present as a style, what we teach our student, how this transformed to the practice. Regionalism is accepted for a long time, but now it depends on how people, the way of thinking, let's say, how it's changed, how we look into the mosque.
Any other question, please?
Doctor, thank you very much for that interesting presentation, and I would like to build upon Dr. Mshari's comment. We assume that we have two extremes, either regionalism or universalism. I think there is an area in the middle, which is a critical regionalism. I mentioned this yesterday, which a theory put by Kenneth Frampton. Actually, it mediates the move between pure regionalism to a pure universalism. My question is, don't you think that mosques in Oman fit the urban fabric? Do you think that they need more contemporary mosques, since their urban fabric is already mostly, I would say, traditional?
Yes. I believe we also been limited with the regulations of buildings. Like if I can suggest to Oman to build a new contemporary design or new mosque with a new contemporary design or modern design, they might not be able to do that if the building regulation will not allow it.
Right.
However, the answer always rely on the decision maker, owner, or a client and the architect. But let's remember, the community are the one who are using the mosque 5 times a day. They are the main, let's say, player when it comes to accepting the design.
Okay, we have one question here.
Okay, thank you so much.
And then after that, Abdullatif.
Thank you so much for this fantastic presentation. It really took us to see examples of mosques. And you've started answering one of my questions about the role of regulations and codes.
Yes.
On the architecture of mosques. For example, I look at mosques in Morocco, for example, and in that part of the world, the minarets are always square, and they also have proportions traditionally, where the width is, the height is 5 times the width. And this actually is dictated by the Ministry of Awqaf, in the design of mosques. So the question I would like to ask is, what is the role of regulations in maintaining some regional significance? I know we are in a global world, and from my understanding, it is because we are in a global world that it is so different, so interesting to keep differences.
Yes.
Because otherwise it would be a very boring world if we were all, So there is a particular architecture language, let's say, of the minarets or traditional minarets. And what is the regulation at the moment in Bahrain and in Oman? Probably they have very strict regulation in terms of accepting particular architecture feature or rejecting others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctora. Now in Bahrain, we don't have a regulation where it says the style should be that or that when it comes to the design of the mosque. But we do have regulation to the, for example, the height of minarets and let's say how the mosque is positioned, where the mihrab, the size, different things. In Bahrain, we issued just lately a regulation codes when it's called Binayat, and we also have different, and they always study and renewing their, we renew our building codes. Mosque, as you see, as this example, it's accepted by the regulations, it's accepted by the decision makers, and there is tendency to do more like that design. Other countries, they do have also their regulations, and I believe that it doesn't really say, as I said, or let's say, limit the design of the mosque, the style of it. But in Oman, they actually do say that the mosque should be traditionally designed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, question here.
Faisal Ibrakan.
Faisal.
Are the number of mosques you choose in Bahrain and Oman enough to give you your conclusion? Yani 3 in Bahrain and 3 in Oman.
Yes.
Is it enough to come with your conclusion?
It is not enough,
Sample size.
Yes, the sample is not here to say that it's covering all the mosque, but it's actually only a sample. This is, when I started, I said this is ongoing research, so it's only a part of it.
And if you find one mosque in Oman, which is new design,
yes,
this will change your conclusion? If you choose one, if you found one.
I showed you many examples built in the 90s and 80s in Oman, and these are more like representing very Egyptian design. But there is more examples in Oman where it looks very traditional, Omani design.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is one question there.
Okay. دوري ولا دور واحد ثاني؟
Yes. Yes, yes. No. You go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. One of the interesting topics that has come up quite often in different presentations is actually the involvement of communities and how much it contributes to the success of these projects, right? I'm just curious, are there any specific kind of plans, regulations, guidelines right now in Bahrain regarding involving communities in these, especially local projects, because national projects, they have their own kind of dynamics and they could be totally different, but are communities involved?
To be honest, let's say that the process itself is very systematic, so it depends on the laws that has been written, issued by the government. Communities always have their say when it comes to the design of the mosque in the process of it. They might reject that, they might raise their concern, but if you want a yes or no answer, I think no, they are not involved in the design.
Okay, I think there was one question there also.
يعطيك العافية دكتورة هيفا. يعني احنا دائما نزور البحرين ونتمشى في المساجد، انا واحد من الناس اتمشى بمسجد اركبته، اعتبره يعني نزهه صراحه من جماله والى اخره، مسجد الفاتح. لكن نفس الوقت ودنا حقيقه يكون في بلان في البحرين للمساجد التراثيه. يعني هل في بلان في البحرين لترميم المساجد التراثيه على طرازها القديم اللي فيها عبق التاريخ؟ هذا السؤال الأول. السؤال الثاني، عمان، طبعا عمان فيها أول مسجد بني في المنطقة كلها عام 7 للهجرة، مازل بن غضوبة، اللي هو مسجد المضمار في سمائل. هل من خلال مقارنتك مريتي على هالمسجد؟
شكرا لك. بالنسبة للإجابة للسؤال الأول، عندنا في البحرين هيئة الثقافة والتراث، هم الهيئة أو الجهة اللي قامت بعمل اللي هو إعادة إحياء أو إعادة ترميم المباني جميعها التراثية خاصة في المحرق ومن بينها المساجد. وكانوا يعني قاموا بعمل جبار في هذا الموضوع. الحكومة نفسها أو خلينا نقول وزارة إحنا عندنا وزارة لا هيئة التخطيط العمراني عندها اهتمام كبير في موضوع أيضا الإحياء أو المحافظة على المساجد. فبالعكس يعني احنا لو حضرتك زرت المحرق ممكن تشوف بعض الأمثلة موجودة للمساجد عندنا اللي تم ترميمها والمحافظة عليها. بالنسبة للسؤال الثاني اللي هو عن الأقدم مسجد، هو طبعا مريت في المسجد، لكن هو المسجد نفسه انقطع أثره، يعني ما كان في مساجد مشابهة بنيت على أساسه. يعني أول ما بني كان هذا هو الطراز الوحيد اللي موجود، وكان طرازه مختلف، لكن ما تكرر، ما شفنا له باترن معين مكرر.
Any other questions? Okay, so if we don't have any other questions, I would just like to conclude. I think this was a very good ending of the conference lectures and presentations. I believe that the title itself of this conference, Mosque Crosses Cultures, is also a wish. We hope that the mosque crosses cultures. As architects and the professionals in the field, it's not really what is happening. That's why we see different examples of regionalism and of globalism and of geometric designs and so on and so forth. But we hope that the mosque will increase in role. It was said so many times that it's not just a prayer place, it's a community gathering venue. It's a leader in its region, and it should, through our discussions and through our efforts, take this role, inshallah. So hopefully, we hope that you have enjoyed the few days of the conference, the 2.5 days of presentations. We hope that, inshallah, we'll see you again in the next conference, which we will try to say something about it in the concluding session, inshallah, in a few minutes. So if you can hang on with us for a few minutes, inshallah, we will have the closing session right away. Thank you so much.
Okay, just bear with us as we will prepare the closing remark and also the certificate of appreciation for those who organized the conference. دكتور مشاري.